What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics. Broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics auxiliary hazardous material storage facility. I'm all shaken. I'm shook here. These YouTube buttons that I set up, they just don't work. They just don't work. What's up, Flash? What's up, Silas? And Parhead Mo? do this manual like. What's up, Leather? Demon Jum? Well, hope I'm not a demon. I could be. I could be. A migraine tomorrow. When you play Barrels here, I'm going to scream, oh no! I hope that is not the case. I hope that is not the case. I to be honest, I specifically chose that game for you and like 2 other people that had mentioned it to me, and I'm like, oh, they're gonna enjoy this. They're really gonna like this. I'll feel bad when this headache doesn't turn full-blown migraine. Oh, I hope not. I hope not. Wishing you the best here. I hope this doesn't. I hope it doesn't develop into that. So I have this like relatively minor problem going on here. Then I gotta search. I have a program that I use to control volume. I don't need it. I just like it. I have little volume sliders and I can adjust my volume up and down. I can do it manually, but I would like it to. It doesn't really register in OBS. But like half the streams I watched today were like flipping out on me. So it seems like it happens more at the start of the stream, and usually refreshing seems to fix it. But I don't know if that's always the case. Migraines 2 days in a row. Oh no. Oh. Try restarting Explore. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Can I do this without destroying everything? Let me see if I can do this without breaking everything. I may flip out here. I may actually lose connection here. I don't think I will. Okay, that went away. Do. Where are you? Where are you, Windows Explorer? Okay. No longer chopping out. At least mine. All right. I hope that stays the case. I've had pretty good, knock on wood, and then it's been working all right here lately. But I do get occasionally weirdness on YouTube. It definitely seems like more like once I start the stream, like it just kind of like flakes out. I don't know if I need to adjust things on the latency setting that I use for my streams. All right, I'm gonna click this thing and hopefully it doesn't break everything. Okay. Okay, that may have resolved my problem here. We'll see. What's up, Joshua? How's it going? Welcome in. Good to see you. I'm just struggling with weird computer issues here. Oh, this file just doesn't want to run now. No, it's definitely I'll have to restart, which if that's the case, no. If that's what it's gonna take to fix it, it's just not gonna work. Okay, well I'm perplexed. Hopefully a restart resolves it and I'm not currently being attacked by something. Still giving me some issues, and it would push it to the top and kind of flake out. So I switched to dynamic and it seemed like it's improved things, but I still have issues from time to time. And it's aggravating because it's like everything here says it's good, but it's clearly not. Like, oh, it's fine for a bit. No, it's stuttering again. That may have been because I was clicking and bopping on things trying to get something to run here that doesn't want to open. All right, well, I'll just continue on with this. Get our SNES cartridge in there. Oh, well, hopefully everyone is doing moderately okay. Headaches aside, I hope whatever ailments soon subside. Jumps here makes me better. Oh, that means a lot to me. That means a lot. I hit 300 subs yesterday, and it really about it. Like as I'm laying in bed last night, like was I celebratory enough about that? I was in the midst of like an intense section of the game when it happened too, and I just never got back around to it. Really does mean a lot. It really does mean a lot. That's a lot more subs than I thought I would ever see. So it means a lot to me. I'm just not the person to not the best person for sort of stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, something good happened to me. Oh, yeah, that's okay. You know, that's cool. I guess that's cool. But I'm very excited. It gets me one step closer to one of my year goals was to try to get to 500 this year. I don't honestly believe I'll do it. It's real pie in the sky, but hey, 300 is great. 5 would be great. So 300 is mind blowing to me. So I really appreciate everyone who has subscribed to the Jum Jumington channel. Hopefully you keep enjoying it. He's here. Well, of course I'm here. What's up, man, Mo? I had to point out, yeah, I was not like I don't have like my sub count open generally. I'm just looking at the preview of the stream. That's about all I have up there, and maybe like a walkthrough page or something for the game I'm playing. Usually I look at that stuff, not even like after stream. I'll look at that stuff like sometime the next day. I'm Jum's 161 subscriber. The power of multiple accounts. They might be. I did drop some. YouTube occasionally like scrubs some of that stuff, and then sometimes people just unsubscribe. That's the funny thing with the subscription count, that it bounces up and down by a couple like every other month or so. Oh, here's ADD Hickson. H. Gibson, stop coming over, stop streaming, whichever comes first. Well, I don't plan to stop streaming for quite some time, so hopefully it's that. Leather is too powerful. Leather is too powerful. Leather is too powerful. Man, this thing not working is like, is really throwing me off. All right. I'm gonna, if I do this, there won't be any sound. Okay. I just want to make sure, because I can't access the volume on that where I'm at right now because this panel's not working. I don't know why. So, YouTube clears bots. Yeah. Which I don't know. I don't think I have. I'm not out there contacting bots. So if there's bots subbing to me, I don't know where they're coming from. The person who's interacted to get unsub. Been to me a few channels I haven't been paying attention a while. Yeah, it hasn't happened to me on the channel, but also like a lot of the channels that I watch, if I don't know the person, like if we haven't interacted via like collabs or streaming and stuff like that, I have a different account that I use for the people that I'm like, these people are way bigger than me and I will never interact with them. So I'll just use this other one. So I use both accounts pretty actively. Since power of luck to jump, I need the luck. All right, well, let's go to the game screen and let me see if I can adjust this back down to normal. Okay, that should be good. Because I turned the game volume up a little bit for Alone in the Dark because it was a little on the quiet side. And I want this, it's only like a few dB. I just don't want this to blow anyone's ears out here. Maybe I gotta take care of something real quick. All right, take your time, no worries. Don't do sub for sub. Does more damage than anything. Yeah. Which never has made anything when it comes to YouTubers collating and talking. It feels so corporate now. I will say this is like my perspective on it is more like a, I don't suspect, like, number one, a lot of the people that fall into that category are people that are part of corpos. And so like we would never collab anyway, because it just wouldn't work out for a lot of them. Other ones are people that I know just don't collab like at all. So like there's that. Most of the people that I watch otherwise are, even if their numbers are higher than me, I've never run into that issue before, but it hasn't been like I haven't had anyone who's like, 100,000 subs. I actually don't really check that. Do like a small jumps channel is not as intimidating. Hop in the chat. Yeah, I like a nice, small, friendly chat. That's the thing with like the numbers. I don't pay a tremendous amount of attention to them. What I pay attention to is like, do people show up in chat? Do I have like viewers watching it and people are like, hey, I enjoy this. This is fun. This was a good time. That's good. That's good. That's good for me. That's good for me. The numbers, like, I hate to like throw this out, but like the big thing about hitting that 500 subs is like the monetization aspect of it. And even then I'm like, yeah, I could hit that, but then I gotta be like, hey, well, wouldn't you all like to give old Jum Jumington a couple bucks a month? And like, I feel weird about that. I don't think anyone should. I don't think anyone should feel weird about that, but I do. I have my own derangements to deal with this new gen of small channels because they feel like real people. Yeah, that's a lot of what I like. I like when a channel gets too big, when the chat is too huge, when there's like, 1,000, 2,000 people watching and the chat is just flying by. It's hard to really interact. It's hard to feel like you're part of something. And it's hard to really like interact with a person, even if they're spilling stuff that's like, this is a very real human being here. It's easier to just kind of passively watch it, right? Because it's harder to get like anything out. Everyone's like vying for attention, and I understand what it's like from both sides of that, right? Because if your chat is just like flying by, like it's very difficult to try and pick something out, and you'll see people who have a lot of anxiety over it because it's like, I can't read every message out loud. It's not that I'm ignoring you, because sometimes some of these bigger streamers, like some people in chat will get very aggressive about that. Like, you never read my messages. Like, oh geez, no. Favorite gaming channels are small. I do follow a couple bigger ones. I think smaller ones. Yeah. See, I prefer like a lot of the smaller stuff. I met a lot of people like through streaming, a lot of other streamers that has been very, very exciting, and I enjoy watching their streams as well, very much. I definitely said I was going to do this at the start of the year, and I really haven't interact a whole lot in chat. I usually just show up and I'll like throw one thing out there and like be like, hey, how's it going? I'm here. Anyway, I'm going to go back to lurking. I'll go back to casually interacting here. That's why I have memberships. Some people can't pay for those. Yeah. Yeah, and I hesitate to think what I would even do for like membership, like member streams or like anything to like sweeten the pot or make it like worthwhile there. Jim is like that cool friend I see once a week. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. I feel the same way about chat. My cool friends get to hang out, watch me play video games, and clue me in on the good games out there. All right. Well, yeah, I'm just gonna get up on that software. I'm sure a reboot will do it. Otherwise, this thing will go. The thing is, we're just gonna go on this for like just a little bit here. So, for controlling stuff in chat, I've got a Stream Deck XL, which honestly does not have enough buttons. That probably sounds ridiculous. I could use a better layout in some areas, but I'm always finding like, oh, I wish I just had like 2 more spaces on here and I could fit it all in this one page. But I like everything is like automated through this, and I like it because it's not just like I push a button and it goes to a different scene, because I could just click and do that. It's like pushes button, goes to a different scene, and like stops the music or starts this, doing this stuff. Dang, I'm so excited about tomorrow. I am excited about tomorrow. I've been wanting to get back to I don't know why, but like I try and space out like the type of games I play, so as not to get like this person only plays this type of game, right? I try to get a good variety in there, but I really do love like a good creepy point and click style mystery adventure. 10 messages, big streams, 7 to 9 are read. Just have lucky timing. People should just get my luck and be able to send messages in bigger streamers' chats. You send it at the exact moment and the streamer magically reads it. Yeah, I mean, I always I get excited when like the bigger streamer sees it, especially if it's people that like I really look up to, and I'm like, oh, I want to make this person laugh. I want to get a Stream Deck to control my vtuber better. Yeah, it's like even like the smaller ones, because you can page stuff. Like if you can't justify the cost for like the XL, I wouldn't go with the smallest one unless like, because I think it has like 4 or 5 buttons. Make me laugh, clown. Just look at me, Perhenmo. That should be enough. But like, depending on what your needs are, because you got to think about it. Like, would 5 buttons be enough, or would 4 buttons that I can page through be enough, or would like the mid-range one be enough? Mid-range one is a good balance because it's not super duper expensive, right? Especially if you shop around for like the old version of the mid-range one, because they came out with like a refresh and it's really not different. You could sometimes find a bargain on those. Wait for them to go on sale. That's another good recommendation. But it makes things so much easier. You know, I can cycle through like all the different stuff I have for the avatar here and have all kinds of different stuff. I need 24 buttons. I need 24 buttons. I'm assuming you like buttons. All right, it's good. Like your streams of Jum after the past few days, Barrow was basically Christmas for me. Yeah, I'm really excited. I got really jazzed on the idea of it when I was at the Game Con playing a couple mystery games. I'm like, I need something mysterious. I need something mysterious. It was that or Darkfall, because I had that too, and I chose Borrow Hill because I had more people recommending that. So I'm like, I can hit all kinds of people here. But I'm going to play the Darkfall games too. I don't know, that typo probably saved you from the YouTube bonk leather. But yeah, man, I love this thing and like the variety of controls I have through it. I launch all kinds of stuff through it. I cycle through pages. I have all kinds of effects going on. Like this is like, it's a filter that's applied to it. I control that from the button. I can have multiple things on there. It's real nice, real nice. Additionally to that, I've got this thing, the PC panel, which is 4 slide controls, 4 faders, and 5 knobs. I never touch knobs, never do anything with them. I could, I just don't. And I have like various volumes, like the music, the game audio, PC game audio is on there, so I can quickly adjust audio up and down and keep it consistent. And I just like having that. I just think it's neat. But today the software just died in a very weird way that I can't, it's like zombie software running on there and I can't find it or get rid of it and I can't open it. So it's throwing me off, even though I almost never touch it. Usually when I start the stream, I like whoop, nudge it down a little bit. Going to get the Darkfall games on sale for Steam. I forgot about, so keep some in mind. Yeah, they're not very expensive. I've seen them on sale 2 or 3 times. I bought a couple of them on sale before. I didn't buy all of them because I'm like, well, I should at least play one of them before I buy like 5 of these games, just to make sure I'm not like, this game is terrible. Which is, I can't imagine that. Even last night's game, as bad as the ending was, it's like, I'd play that again. That was fun. And then I was looking at everyone saw in the Discord, or if you look up the Alone in the Dark, the New Nightmare, which was the previous Alone in the Dark I played on the Dreamcast. It was on PlayStation and Dreamcast. There was also a version of it for Game Boy Color, and it looks absolutely amazing because they did their darndest to put the backgrounds from the PlayStation / Dreamcast release on a Game Boy Color. It's so wacky looking. I can't wait to play that. So I'm looking for one on eBay. Around 30, 40 bucks. 40 bucks seems kind of high, so I'm still like trying to find something that's not beat to hell and shoot it by a dog that looks a little bit cheaper. Speaking of games, bad games I saw you were playing Sunday. Oh, I see. So this is the fun thing about Hide Lied. I'm just gonna go on this because I'll come back to this. So Hide Lied, the version I'm playing is for the PC 88. And it's emulated on the Nintendo Switch through this egg console. This company, I think it's D4 Enterprises, I think it's the company. They release a lot of old Japanese PC games emulated, and they have a lot of them on Switch. It's good that they're on there, but they generally don't translate them. But Hide Lied, a lot of the stuff is in English anyway, which is largely because the English language has a smaller alphabet than most Japanese written languages. So it saves them on tile space, which is something I had never considered. I heard someone talking about the other day. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that does make sense why a lot of Japanese games, especially in the NES, would be like a lot of English stuff. Have you played Gimmick? I've played a little bit of it. I bought that on the Switch as well. There's a bit with the hardware there that I never tracked down like a physical copy for the NES. I think it only released in Europe. I don't know if it came out in the States, but it wouldn't have had like the specific chip that made it. I don't know how that works then. Anyway, I played a little bit of it. I plan to come back to it because I know, didn't they do a sequel to that? Or am I thinking of, no, I think they do have a sequel to that. I was also thinking of Euphoria. Euphoria is like the same deal. Gimmick had like a specific mapper chip that had some increased capabilities. Like they were really pushing it. And I don't, generally speaking, like US released games, even I think some European games wouldn't have that because Nintendo controlled the cart manufacturer in the US, and usually they'd only use their own mapper chips for that. But you can't, it's on Switch and it's emulated very well. It looked very fun. I like the idea of it. It sits in my head, in my brain space, the same place as Euphoria. And then they put out a new version of that too. So those are like two very, like in my mind, similar-ish games I'd like to play. Euphoria, the H game? No. I think it's spelled with like 4, like the number 4. Euphoria, the saga, right? Like I'll just copy and paste this. Like this, Euphoria, the saga. And it's Euphoria because there's like 4 characters you can find and unlock. 1991 action-adventure game developed, published in Japan and Europe by Sunsoft. This is a cool Sunsoft game. First century in the vtuberEN franchise. You can get that on Switch as well now, I believe. Or it's on PC. And they put a sequel out to that too. I think that's on Switch. I could be wrong. But it was very fun. It's gonna be back. Give us the gimmick. Yeah. The whole like star bouncing thing. You can ride the stars. It's very good. It's very good. I love the little gimmick character. It was a very valuable game for a long time because of the chip that it had, and it means that you couldn't just like use anything for it, because a lot of those chips like don't emulate perfectly, so people get very particular about that. I don't know what I was talking about. What's up, Sky? What's going on? Oh, Highlight is what I was talking about. Sorry, I completely derailed myself. Welcome in, Sky. How you doing? So Highlight originally came out for a Japanese computer, the PC-88. I think Highlight gets a lot of its reputation because it came out on the NES. It was like a weird NES port based on another port of Highlight, and it came out after Zelda. Like when it came out on the NES in the US, it was way too late. It was way too simple of a game for the time, and so it gets like a really bad reputation because the NES game is like, comparatively to what was out at the time, not really great, right? But the original is, you know, in my mind, pretty good. Let's see, this came out December 13th, 1984. When did the first Legend of Zelda come out? Because I believe this predates Zelda, and Zelda takes some inspiration from it. There's my list of games here. 86. So Legend of Zelda comes out in 1986. Well, 2 years prior to that on the Japanese PC scene was Highlight. And Zelda takes some inspiration from Highlight. It's also one of the earliest, if not the earliest, action RPGs. And it also had the bump combat system, popularized by a lot of other games like the East series. Oh, what's up, Jum Jum? Welcome in. You ready for Freddy? I'm not very ported port that is being portable franchise. Yeah, it's very weird. Basement Brothers, if you haven't watched them, Basement Brothers deals with a lot of old like Japanese PC games from like the mid 80s to early 90s. Really love the channel. They just recently had one on Highlight. Let's see here. Yeah, because the Famicom version was released under the name Highlight Special in Japan. But it was based off of like another re-release of it that changed some things. So it's rough. I don't think if it had come out on the NES in 1984, I think it would be more fondly remembered. At least it wouldn't be considered so bad. But by the time it came out, even in that like scant like couple year window before it came out on the NES, it was already too late. Like better stuff that had built off of what it had started had come out. Certain animated creation of 2006-2009 Backyard Sports intro. Except all the OG30 are there. There are 1997-2005 designs. That's quite a range of time. Did the designs not get updated in that time? I spent the last few hours changing equipment in Legend of Heroes. I cursed the new old equipment. Oh my god. Is it that bad? I've gone through that in games. Speaking of equipment, this is what I got going on tonight. You see those stars there by Kless's level? Those stars don't do anything for you mechanically. They don't provide any kind of bonuses, right? It's like a score that means nothing in the game, but you get these stars for various things. Learning 2 techniques gets you a star. Getting past a certain point in the game gets you a star. And the last way we get stars, the last couple ways, because there are 8 total stars, is we talk to this guy in the castle here. He gives us titles for various things we got. Needed to start this game, didn't finish in my first run. It's really fun. I'm really enjoying it. So far, I really haven't had to grind, so this will be new. Because just getting around, I fought enough stuff to maintain a pretty healthy level. Back, had to pick up Chinese food for the fam. Got myself some too. Nice! I had Chinese food last night. But I didn't eat it till 1 in the morning. Don't tell nobody. The way the ordnance materia works is you gotta add elemental scores to get access to certain boons. Certain ordnance can only go in certain slots. Oh my gosh. That does sound complicated. Monica Playtime Penny. Morris Kunio, Ricky, Misako, Kyoko. I recognize some of these. Billy, Jimmy. And Kitty all round the school doors into the sunset. Monica and Benny are running as Pablo. What is going on in that scenario? Is this the classic franchise high school? Sesame chicken, pork fried rice. Oh, some garlic chicken last night. It was delicious. There's one point where the song hits and it starts raining. It's funny, this game is good. Oh yeah, that's like way like early on in the game, and that song is so good. That kind of like mournful tune that plays is so good, and it encapsulates those like melancholic moments so well in this game. All right, so we gotta get the rest of these ranks. The worst of them, well, I'll say the 2 worst are, one of them I have to buy that $5 million item, but I can get it at a discount, but I have to buy that $5 million item to complete one of these. The other one is I have to get all of the party members to max level, which is 99. I don't think all 5 of them have to be. I think it's just people currently in your party have to be. I could be wrong. By the way, I had to look for the witch. Oh yeah, that's not super duper far in the game. So you won't have to redo a whole lot. Yeah, because it ends up being no, that's somebody else. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm guessing is that arch character. No, you know what? It's set up that way, but it ends up being like somebody else. That's what I thought too. No, 6 months ago, it probably was. That's the thing with playing the RPGs, is that unless I've got like 20 hours a night, it takes a while to get through all of them. And by the time I'm done, it will have been months since I started it. It's very different streaming it than versus how I would play. If I was just playing this game for my own amusement, it would probably be the only game I'm playing, and I would play it start to finish, and I'd have it done in a couple of days. Probably. But when you're streaming it, especially if you want to stream other games in between, you don't want to just stream one game all that time, it takes quite a bit longer. Spaced out, like the actual hours inside are the same. All right, this is the guy. this knight here, who looks kind of Draga, but he can give us several titles, and getting all of these titles will earn us more stars. We can get a couple titles right now, and we're going to start going through them. I'm going to collect all the titles I can here. One of them was for collecting all the stuff that is a Tower of Juraga reference. And I didn't realize the jet boots that I bought like way at the beginning that let me run. That's a Tower of Juraga item. That's like the first item you find in Tower of Juraga. The first secret treasure you find is the jet boots, which makes the game a lot easier, which is good that it gives it to you first because it gives you extra speed. So this guy can bestow titles upon warriors who have completed some of the more unusual tasks. You've beaten the Colosseum's tournament. You're quite a champion. Yes. So I will become the champion. Come back to me when you've accomplished more. So he has several titles to hand out, and you can qualify. So now we got 4 stars. So that's one more than before. We had 3 before. You can qualify for several different titles at the same time, but you have to like say no when he comes up with one of them. So he probably will mention fighting a lot lately, so I will call you Berserker. Sure, okay. Plus was given the title Berserker. He may just cycle back to the other one, but I know I've got the Samurai title and the Juraga Maniac title. Come back to me when you've accomplished more. Is that yet another one? No. I think we may have already gotten. But still titles upon warriors. Yes. You've beaten the Colosseum, so now we're going to say no. You've collected all the items mentioned in the Ishtar legend, so I'll title you Juraga Maniac. And the Ishtar legend, that is Tower of Juraga, which I didn't really appreciate, like what a lot of that stuff was. And I was like, I think that's a Juraga reference. It's very strange to me. Tower of Juraga was a Namco game, and Namco backed to this game and eventually completely took it over, and has handled pretty much all the other releases. Now they're Bandai Namco. But I kind of laugh at it because it's like, I guess that's like their big fantasy game, but they do have other games. However, there is the Namco Secrets game book that you can get that's a weapon for Clarth that has Pac-Man on the cover. So at least they reference that too. But I guess whoever put this in was like a big Juraga fan. Tower of Juraga was insanely influential when it came out. It influenced so many other games in its style. It was the game that everyone was like, we got to make one of those. So we can get another star for this one. Yes. There's different nights that have different titles that don't apply to this stars, I believe. That are just based on like a lot of different stuff, what skills you have and who you talk to. But this is the guy for these stars here. So we got the 5 stars now. We'll say no. Beating the Colosseum's tournament. No. Samurai sword, so I'll call you Samurai. Yes. Boom. That was the sword we got for the Ninja Village for murdering that kid's parents. So now we're up to 6. So if I'm not mistaken, the last 2 are based on max level. And I don't know, that may not be a title. Those big like sword quests in America. Yeah, it was a big arcade game because the whole game, if you're not familiar with Tower of Juraga, the basic premise is like, well, the story doesn't really matter for the context of this. I won't get into all of that. You're in like a maze and you're walking around like a top-down view, like Legend of Zelda, like the original Zelda. You're in this maze. Somewhere in this maze is a key, and then there's a door. And apparently your goal is to find this key and then make your way back to the door, and you fight enemies along the way. There's some interesting mechanics that have to do with how your shield is positioned on your character. It's kind of neat. It's really neat. But there's also on every stage a secret treasure that can only appear on the map based on hidden criteria, right? And that criteria, which is never spelled out in the game, you have to discover it on your own, could be kill 3 enemies. It could be touch all 4 corners of the map. It could be kill this specific enemy, right? And then a treasure chest will appear that contains secret treasures. And in order to completely clear the game, you need to get all of the secret treasures. And so it was huge in the arcades. People would take notes on it. They would go through, they would take notes, they would pass around these notebooks of like photocopied instructions on like, okay, this is how we got past this level. Pre-internet, right? Pre-internet. So people would just have like these photocopied notebooks of like hints and clues on what the objectives you needed. So it was very big. Probably wouldn't have done as well in the US. We one day play Tower. I plan to, after we're done with Bubble Bobble, do Tower of Druaga as the stand-in for that. I'm gonna trial it anyway, because the levels will probably take a little bit longer than a average Bubble Bobble level, at least the earlier ones. And I may have to learn some secrets to do it, but like I may have to spend a lot of time like trial and error. I know some of them. I know the first couple levels. I think the first couple are pretty easy. You just kill stuff. It gets more obscure from there. You also have a time limit. I don't know if it kills you if you run out, but like you have a score that is counting down the whole time you're in it, and that's kind of like your timer. That was Era learning to talk Braille in the library to get their Regis Pokemon. Yeah. I mean, the games of that era had a lot of secrets like that like prior to like a Nintendo Power, or even sometimes with Nintendo Power, like it relied on you engaging like the social network, the real meat social network of talking to people and being like, hey, how did you get past this? Oh, did you know in this area you can get through this more? That's how all those secrets were spread around. It was a very popular game. So it's not surprising that from Namco's perspective, like they put a lot of references to this because it is like a fantasy thing. But it's also funny to me because it kind of means like, it kind of makes Tower of Druaga like canon within the Tales world. Sort of. It's very fun. Really old school methods. Yeah. That's why I'm excited about it. It's a game of that era, like, you know, very simple in its premise. Very simple presentation, but it hides a tremendous amount of secrets and depths. Remember School Game Rumors? Yeah, I remember a lot of like the first Legend of Zelda was like that, because the first Legend of Zelda predates Nintendo Power. By the time Nintendo Power came out, the second Legend of Zelda game was coming out, and so there's not like a ton of coverage in there for it. You had to find all that stuff just by like finding it yourself or talking with other people. I kind of miss those days. The internet's kind of like that now. It's just not quite the same, which I could say that for a lot of things. The internet replaced a lot of stuff with a version that is good, but not quite the same thing. You know, it's like when they changed the formulation of Oreos. It's okay, but it's not quite the same. Remember that older cousin used Nintendo Power to play Zelda 2? Yeah, it's funny to think, like, it never occurred to me until I was reading stuff about Legend of Zelda. And it's like, I'm sure I must have read some of this in Nintendo Power. Like, nope, Nintendo Power wasn't out. It didn't exist yet. Like, oh, that's crazy. It's the same because anything can be disproven very fast. Yeah. Like, I used to see that in the earlier days of Minecraft when people put a lot of crazy speculation out there. But now, like, there's not really speculation on Minecraft because people just analyze the code. And it's like that for a lot of games where people just analyze the code for the game. And like day one of the game, like there's full walkthroughs out there because there's such a heated competition for ad views to get that information out there. There's just such a crazy arms race for it that like data miners will dig through all of that stuff. And like, unless the game is a certain number of years older, unless the game predates that stuff, any newer game just gets data mined to hell and people find all of the secrets and it's all just out there and exposed. And it just doesn't, it happens too fast. It takes a lot of the fun out of it. Chica Brown died and we killed her. Yes, indeed. That is the perfect and really sad way to put that. Collect all items. I'm gonna beat the game with the Juraga Maniac. title. Okay, but I'm not going to take it right now because I've got to get some more. All right, so now we can leave. We can go buy the 5 mil item. The other thing I need to look at is I think we have some items that will boost our XP, which will be useful for the grinding, but I don't know how long they last. I'm hoping it lasts for a certain amount of time and not for like one battle, because that would be kind of useless. All right, let's see if I can remember how to find... I don't think that's not it, is it? No. Okay, that's that guy's creepy mansion. Where's Aegis? That small island where we got like really fancy gear. That's where they sell the $5 million combo commander. The other item was down in that creepy dungeon where I was getting just wrecked by people. And I did go back down there with the scout orb, which meant I didn't have to encounter anything and pick that up. I remember how to find this place or where it is in relation to. It's not on the map. That's all I know. It's a tiny island that's not on the map. It's just like out in the water somewhere. You can fly with all characters on screen? Yeah, no, they don't assemble as one. And then my favorite part of it too is that Arch isn't on one of these wingbirds. They just updated her broom and she flies on that. This song sounds a bit like the Pokemon one. I guess, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. It's very exciting. It's very hype music. I love this era of JRPGs where eventually you'll get like an airship. Like it seemed like they all had some airship, some means of like flying around the place. We got 2 jobs here. One is to buy this combo commander. We're not going to pay 5 million for it because it's like all of my money. Combo command with the right controller movements, any scope. I don't think I'll use it because I don't think I could remember those, the commands. Shop is famous because Aegis himself used to run it. Even the weapons here are good, and we have the name of Aegis to back it up. We try to keep our prices pretty low. Some people make a living traveling all over the world trading. The price for certain things are different in each shop. I've not engaged with that at all. And that is true. You can engage with that kind of weird commerce. Do you have any ivory? I'm an ivory carver. All right, this is where we can get mahjong tiles. And then we can throw these mahjong tiles at enemies for big damage. So I'm going to rack up all the mahjong tiles so that when I get to the final battle, I can hurl all of my one-time use damaging items at Deus. And I think it would be very funny to defeat him with a bunch of mahjong tiles and yellow cake. We got some of these in the dungeon we were just in. Hand me the ivory. But airships have always been cool. And you know what? They always will be. What's up, Apple? Welcome in. How you doing? Oh, green. Oh, green. I hope so. Grind mahjong nukes. Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't see how many I had. We'll find out here. So the bartender says, "Hey, that's not a duck." Tee-hee. You talk too much. Stop corrupting this poor young girl. Whew, finally done. How many tiles did I get for those tusks? Thanks for your patience. I made some great mahjong chips from that ivory. Receive mahjong chips. How many? How many did I get? I know very little about mahjong, but I know one hand you can use is called all green. Oh, I didn't know that. I also know very little about mahjong. I resisted that like wave of mahjong madness that overtook a lot of people, it seemed. I was just like, I don't understand this game at all, and I don't feel like losing because I don't understand like what any of this is. We won't actually play Mahjong in this game. When I first read that there were Mahjong tiles, I thought, is there a Mahjong mini game? No. No, they're just bombs you throw at people. I sadly bought a set or two. Oh my gosh. Never got a group together to try and play it. I mean, here's the thing. In real life, if someone was like, you want to play Mahjong? I'm like, yeah, all right. Teach me how to play. I'll play it. I'm just not going to buy like a computer game and play with randos on the internet. But if somebody had Mahjong set up, I'd play it. I'd probably buy the tiles just to have the tiles, which is exactly why I don't buy them. I don't need a bunch of like non-poker playing poker chips laying around just because I like rent them around in my pockets. She said it's so tiny. I was tricked. I gotcha. Yeah, like the real tiles are like, they got a nice heft to them. It's just the same with like poker chips. You can get like the cheap plastic poker chips, or you can get like real solid ones. I don't know what they're made out of. Probably resin, but they're real solid. They make a nice sound when you're just like shaking them around. It's just the stuff I like to fidget with. Let's go. Where's Chester? He got bored and went outside. See you, kiddo. Bye, Arch. Bye, Mint. Come see me again soon. Wait, we'll be right back. All right, how many tiles did we get? It's very important to know because I didn't see how much ivory we had. The ivory tusks we got from those pigs we fought. We still have ivory tusks? I could get more. I could get more. It takes 2 per. It takes 2 per. So we got sake. Buttery is the term I often hear, and that's not wrong. Yeah. I have found, I don't have it anymore, but I had found a single Mahjong tile in the streets years ago. Of course, it went in my pocket. I don't know what these bows are. I should get those checked out. It's equipped. Oh, we got a lot of like unidentified stuff here. There's a combo counter. That's what I needed to go back for this. Edit the settings of this in the custom menu. 2 Mahjong tiles. Great for a quick game or to throw at some enemies. All right, we need more tiles. This has nothing to do with the stars. I'm trying to set amazing about a Richu set that was all black. Turns out super tiny. I have the same set, normal size. Limited searches have come up fruitless. That was when I looked at that to see like. Trying to finish work early today. Okay, do I have to leave and come back? I guess I do. About time. Can we go now? No, we can't. I need more. If it takes 2 per time, I could do this 3 more times. Then when I looked around, like that was the #1 issue when you look at reviews for them of sets. Like this set seems not too bad, and then people would post like, you know, a photo with banana for scale, like, oh, they're very small. They're very tiny. The other thing I was fascinated by, but would never own for obvious reasons, is the Mahjong tables that like, there's a hole in the middle, you shove all the tiles, and then automatically like shuffles them and just kind of like shoves them out the top. Wasn't a banana head bow! Stop sending those kind of pictures to Amazon. They don't like it. Keep doing this till I run out of ivory. I don't need all of them for Daos. I'll throw them at the next boss I fight too, just to see what it does. Chester's just like had it. Like, you're going back for more? Yes, I am. We're in the end game here. So this is the time to take care of all of these loose ends here. Should identify all that other stuff too while I'm in here. They really like that same joke over and over again there. I like this smooth, jazzy music here. Doctor Strange. It's strange. Yes, it is strange. Dr. Weirdo. I'll take Dr. Weirdo. I don't think Dr. Weirdo is copyrighted. It probably is. Everything under the sun is copyrighted these days. Can't make nothing new unless it's something really out there because someone's already called dibs on everything that exists. How many more ivory tusks do I got? Oh yeah, I can do that twice more. Dr. Jumdo. Oh, I'm not a doctor. Yeah, Simpsons episode. I really only got the one rune bottle? Man, I gotta stock up here. The Simpsons episode where Lisa drinks the water in Duff Gardens. And the guy's like, you need to take these and these and these, and like hands a bunch of pills. That's all. She's like, thanks, doctor. He goes, oh, I'm not a doctor. Just wanders away. Some Stranger Things. Oh, I'm nervous about that new season. Let's see what this armor is. Tunic. What a waste. What a waste that was. A mystery tunic. All right. Let's go get the rest of these tiles here. This is going to be just the grindiest, most repetitive episode. Second only to last episode, just because I died a lot. Landing was peculiar. Yeah. I think just because like a lot of time has passed and those kids got older and I don't know. I don't. It could follow it up and it could be good, but I feel like I felt this way since the first season. Like, I love this show. The show is amazing. I would like to get some more. And then they start working on the second season. I'm like, I'm not so sure. And the second season was okay, but it was like, I can already see this thing slipping. And each successive season they're going to put out of this is just going to go a little bit further down. Because, like, the kids will get older. And, like, they'll try to bring in new plot elements that won't quite fit, or they'll try to move forward in time in a way that doesn't quite fit, and it's just gonna like I don't know, just I felt like something that would spiral out of control, and I have a great fear that that's what's happened. 3 hours is mixed for me. Yeah, I also don't like they didn't release physical releases of the last season. Or was it last 2 seasons? I think they didn't do, because I wanna own that stuff. They had a deal with Target to do the first 2 seasons, maybe even the 3rd season, I forget, but then they stopped doing it. More nervous about the anime seasons coming up. Oh crap, man, anime's been like slim pickings. Like, there'll be 1 or 2 shows that I think are really good in a season, and then just like a sea of mediocre nonsense. And the worst thing is, a lot of the shows that I really enjoy get 1 season and they're one and done, and then it's gone. It's like, no, keep this going. Give me a little more Licorice Recoil. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. Now we're done with it. I mean, I would watch more. It's a horribly stupid show, but it's a lot of fun. The isekai where the guy's isekai is a vending machine. Like, it's so ridiculous, but it was a very fun show. There was one show about a guy that was like campfire cooking in another world. That was also fun. It was the guy had his isekai skill was online shopping. He could buy stuff from the internet and have it delivered magically, and he had a magical like extra dimensional storage space. He ends up getting this wolf familiar that just hunts these legendary monsters, and he gets super rich getting them butchered and then eating the meat. It was fun. Not great. Kind of stupid. Candelier of the Witch is coming. Oh, they're doing an anime of that? Ooh. I'm excited about that. No, I just wondering about the Power Ranger that is isekai. Oh, I haven't seen that. Candelier of the Witch hat. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. right, this should be the last diver carving here. Power Ranger Isekai is not good. Oh. Here's my honest take. Most Isekai is not good, right? And what I hate the most about Isekai getting so huge is you'll have a lot of stories that could just be fantasy stories that become Isekai. It's like, that's the only way you can do a fantasy series now, is if it has weird video game elements to it. I'm like, it doesn't have to be that way. I say this as someone who enjoyed a vending machine Isekai, but like, I just think it's neat. We have 13 mahjong tiles. That is astounding. Rare. Hell, it's rare. We still have 3 ivory tusks. I'll do this another time. This kind of sucks, like Log Horizon. Wasn't Log Horizon? Am I mistaken? Wasn't Log Horizon also written by the guy who wrote Sword Art Online? That was considered like the better version of what he was going for in Sword Art Online. I liked Sword Art Online, and I'm not afraid to say it. I know it gets a lot of hate. I was entertained by it. I was invested. It went off the rails quite a bit then, but I enjoyed it. I thought they did some really interesting stuff with like the later seasons, like the one girl that is dying, who has spent most of her life in VR and has a guild of other people that are like terminally ill. I really enjoyed that story a lot. And it's one of those things people complain a lot. And this is the kind of like the conundrum of anime fans. Like, I don't like it. The character is overpowered. But what about this character? Like, that character's overpowered. No, he's just really good. That's the alternative is way better. Is that the what is SAO? Is that the one with a gun? Like the tall lady that has a short character? Is that what that one is? That a different one altogether? SAO season 1 was awesome. Became drama RP. Yeah, I mean, I liked the first season for what it was. I liked where they went with the stories in the second season, the second and third season. The Alicization stuff is where it lost me. Well, then once the tall girl turns into a Kusu. Yeah, the gun one. That was really good. Sentence of a bookworm. Yeah, so they can do interesting ideas with it, but I also think that a lot of them, like Ascendance of a Bookworm, does that need to be isekai? Like, does she actually remember anything of the previous life? Right? Because sometimes they do that, and it's like, that doesn't matter past the initial hook, and like, it doesn't come into play at all. But even then, like, most isekai, like, SAO shouldn't be considered isekai because they're not transported to a fantasy world. They're trapped in a VR game. That's kind of its own thing. She makes paper and stuff. So that's stuff that she remembers or stuff that, you know, she figures out. I'm saying, like, could you just write that as like, this person figured stuff out? Little girl dies, she takes her body. Yeah, I couldn't remember if she actually remembered stuff, like remembered her previous life, or if it was just like, oh, they're reincarnated. Because I've seen a couple isekais do that, where like it starts out like this person was reincarnated and they were born as an infant on this new world, and they're just kind of like, well, they're smarter and they get some stuff, but they're not like consciously aware, like, I lived on Earth in Japan. Since the bookworm is interesting, brings modern knowledge from our time period, medieval era, changes the world, and they just don't like it. Yeah, I liked a lot of what I saw in that, but I haven't watched it for a while, so I've forgotten how much that played into it. Remember, season 4 is coming. She grows up quite a bit. Okay. All right, I read, when the last season ended, I just read a bunch of stuff where like, where does this go? Where do the books go? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure we've seen them, like some isekai, like the character dies in the real world and then they're born as an infant in the fantasy world, and then that stuff just never comes up again, like at all ever. And there's no sense that, like, even it's different from, hey, what if I did this? What if I made a shotgun? Like, I just had this idea in my head to make it, and I'm going to recreate the shotgun that I remembered having in the real world. You know what I mean? So Love Among Us Peak can't convince me otherwise. I watched a little bit of it. Not for me. I'm not gonna make a judgment call on it. I just wasn't feeling it. Created a typewriter by accident. Brought the ability to read to the poor people, which really made the aristocracy. So that was the impression that I got, was that she just kind of figured this stuff out, and maybe it can be explained as like a subconscious memory of stuff, but I didn't remember her like consciously remembering her previous life. What's up, Reed? Welcome in. We're trapped in the anime zone here. It's not the best place to be. Discussing isekai, which is probably the worst place to be. It's because she does it for her own selfish reasons. Yeah, she just wants books, right? She's like, I want to read books. Like, what the hell's a book? I'm going to have to invent a book to read the book. Congrats on 300 subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I was not aware I had hit it. Somebody pointed out in chat. I was fighting for my life and alone in the dark. I'm very happy. To see that going. I hope keep going. I'll keep going no matter what the numbers are, I guess, unless it's like absolutely zero. So the only reason I'd stop is if like do like 10 streams in a row and like nobody's watching at all. Like, well, I guess that's it. Just go back to playing games on my own. I think that would take a lot. But I appreciate the subs. I appreciate the congrats. Okay, we should be done with that. Oh, does it only take the one? It's terrible in real life. Died, never appreciated her mother, even in sky before dying. Take her to a world of books. Then replaced without books. Oh, well, that's some punishment. Pretty good. Bought a new favorite RPG recently, Life Alive. Oh, did you get that on like modern consoles? I picked that up on the Switch and I never got to play it. Now that I'm streaming, like every game that I own is like, I'm not going to play that because I'll stream it. It drags it all out, drags my pile out so much longer. But I was interested in that game for a long time. That remake, it's fantastic. Yeah. I heard it looked like they did a really nice job with it. I think I found like a fan's translation like a week before the remake hit, and I was like, oh, I guess maybe I don't need that now. That was one of those games that got talked about a lot in the Super Nintendo days. If you were following like Japanese stuff, it's usually years after the fact and like hoping someone will do a translation for it. I'm turning in these ivory tusks I got for Mahjong tiles, which I can throw at enemies to do damage to them. And I can only do one at a time, apparently. I thought that it took 2 ivory to pull this off. I see dealing as Pokemon. Oh, that's probably not something you should. I don't know. I don't think that's something you want to roll the dice on. That's just me personally. It's a whole lot in there that's maybe not. It's crazy. It's like 8 mini RPGs in one with different mechanics for each one. Yeah, it's like the Royal Sampler. You don't see a lot of that, like at all. The variety game. I just thought it was such a cool idea. Can't think if I swear things off from that. Like one thinking of this year was buying any new games. That's a smart. I wish I could do that. I spend so much money on games, and it's like I had this giant backlog. But you know what? I would like more games somehow. I really should. You're expecting another slogan. I never know what to expect, man. The stuff you say, I'm just like, oh my gosh. Spying Stellar Blade with the near automata. So it was bizarre kind of isekai. Technically, they weren't sent to another world. Yeah, that's why it's not, to me, it's not an isekai. They're trapped in a game, and then after the first season, like, they just go into the game world. They just go play a video game. Like, the end of it is like more isekai, but even that, like, they're still in the game. They can escape. It'll give me a chance to play stuff I already have on my Switch. You know, pulling out my Super NT, Mega ST, and play Super Nintendo, Sega Master System games. Man, there's nothing, nothing beats going back to the old stuff, at least in my mind. Increase your XP and gold gain in battle by 10%. I think I can boost that with the rune bottle. Where is the perfume? If I don't, I've got it. Okay, we're gonna get half price. We're gonna half price books this. It's only 2.5 million. Oh, my money! Oh, not 2.5 million. Tell you 4 codes for use with this item. Down, left, attack. It's like quarter circle. Right, left, right, attack. Swing clockwise from right to left. Right, up, down, attack. See, they're too complicated, and I'll never remember them. So I'm not actually interested in using the item, like, at all. You want Squadron of Choplifter? Oh, Choplifter's so good! Bought FF9 on Steam. FF9's solid, though. It's good. It's good. That's a good buy. That's a good buy. I bought too much. I bought too many games. I got a lot of games for a lot of value for my dollar, but it was more than I needed by a lot. This is where I need to go. Who's Choplifter? Oh yeah, I know Choplifter. I have approximate knowledge of a great many things. So expecting $350 to pay for my taxes. Well, that turns out it was less than $200. Take to $10 for FF9. Yeah. I just spend my dwindling resources on quite recklessly on foolish purchases personally. It's a funny one call. I don't want to get hurt, so I maxed out my level. Oh yeah. I like that. I like the weird ability she pulled out there. This girl playing a SEO type game. Sucks that the game is Final Fantasy II mechanics. Gets stronger by doing actions. Gets so much for defense caps. She's basically unkillable. Is that the one where she can transform into like a giant devouring monster? She becomes a breaking game by accident, devastating, trying to patch things up and nerfing her. Yeah, that show was wild. See, I appreciate stuff like that, I guess, to a point. Even say I won't turn something off just because it's isekai, but I won't be excited about it is the thing. A lot of stuff I was excited about, like, was like based on manga that hasn't finished, and so they're waiting for more to come out, or there was some scandal. Like, keep your hands off Isaacin. Is that Isaacin? I think those that are, they're like the high school girls that are trying to do animation. It's like a love letter to animation. I really enjoyed it. Licorice Recoil, I really liked. Heavenly Delusion was really, really good. I was really excited for Summertime Rendering, and I haven't watched it yet because when it came out, Disney got it, and it was streaming on Hulu, and I didn't have Hulu then. I got it now. I have it now because it's comboed with Disney Plus, and it was not much more to just get it. Since my parents switched to streaming, I'm like, I'll foot this because there's always something else they want to watch. My nephew likes to watch stuff on there too, so I'm like, all right. So I have access to it. I should go back and watch that because I read the manga like in one sitting. It was really good. The Summertime Rendering, yeah, that was really good. It's not good. It's a fun time. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that for a lot of the isekai stuff, like the vending machine one, like I'll never say, oh, it's a great show, it's really good. But I will say it was very funny. It was very fun. It was very entertaining. It's not great. It's not winning any awards. I have trouble recommending it, but I enjoyed it. Did you watch Ranking of Kings? Yeah, I love Ranking of Kings. Did they do another season of that? I thought I saw either they had another season that I haven't watched yet, or they had another one coming. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was really good. So we're off getting a new comms done. Had a few lapses, but I've mostly had resolved so far. Hold tight, Apple. Hold tight against the oncoming storm of the comms. Hold on to thy dollars. It's over. That was the show. Manga's done too. Same end. Really? I thought there was a little bit more. Maybe I'm mistaken. I like that show a lot. See, but that's another one that, like, if that's where it ends, like, I can accept this. But I feel like they could have gone further. There's some plot elements that maybe weren't tied up all the way, but I could live with it if that was the end. I'd also be afraid of like where they would go from there. But I really liked that. Bocchi the Rock I really enjoyed. I liked Bocchi the Rock a lot. The animation on that was crazy. Anytime Bocchi would freak out and the animation would get weird. I'd have to move on with his life. Yeah. On to a life of adventure. I thought Bocchi the Rock because that's his name, and that like Bocchi in Ranking of Kings. Such a cool character. Required both combo items, so I will call you Combo Master. Plus became a combo master. No, I'm not. I'm never using them. I'm not using this combo item. I refuse. Give me my title. No. No. Yes, I want to be called the Jiraga Maniac. I want that to be the title that goes down in legend. Kless, Jiraga Maniac, defeated the great evil Deus. We should have 7 stars now. 7 stars! Alright, now the last one is max level. I think there's... Maybe it's max level? I think there's another bit that is... It might be one of the other title guys that doesn't get his stars. It's about getting everybody's... like everyone's spells. I have to get all of their spells. I think I'm still missing one. Watch Bokurano depressing. Yeah. Yeah, I saw some clips of Bokurano and I was like, oh, this looks interesting. And I wish I hadn't watched it. It's like, wow, that was really grim. I should have watched something else. Oh, I should do my my shopping here. Get all my stuff back. I don't think they sell it. I think they sell it at the medicine place. What are you doing back here? Finally got a day away from my nagging wife. I tell you, she never shuts up. She's somewhere. We already got that man like murdered once. You know anything about machines that can fly? That would be a tough machine to build. I got him. I'm flying them every day out here flying these things. It's like watching Infinity Train Season 3. Yeah. All right, need my orange gummies. I got all those. I might as well. Except the medicine bottles. Medicine bottles can kick rocks. It's not the food place. Where is the What's up, children? Where are you running? Why are you running? Brother, no helps us out at all. Is it Lazy Bum? I'll take care of him for you. Wait, that's still you. Come back here. Out of the way. I'm running here. Fair enough. This is where I need to be. Where is it? Rune battle. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna be identifying stuff for a bit here. And then upgrading this stuff. I might as well, I've got the money and I'll make money back. Right? I'll just identify all of this stupid stuff that I've got. Just to set it aside for now. I want to clear all that stuff out tonight because I'm tired of all these unidentified things. A lot of them are just like, it's a longsword, it's a short bow. They're worthless. But some of them may be better. Where are these dang room battles? There it is. Well, how many mahjong tiles did I end up getting? 15 mahjong tiles. All right. Let's identify this stuff. Bow. Sand spread. That's a new one on me. Star cap. Longsword. Okay. I don't know the sand spread. A bow enchanted with earth. Effective against your beings. I don't know if anyone still needs a star cap, but keep it. All right. Get these bows out of here. Short bow. Yeah, I know this is a waste of money. Berserker bow. That's pretty nuts. What else we got? I do need some of this to like upgrade other stuff, but it'll all come back around. We're gonna sell that. We won't make our money back on like the short bow and the long swords, but it's fine. It's fine. Even though I was all upset about spending all of that money, like, it really doesn't matter. Wave spread. See, the wave spread will give us some money back there. All right. Just think of a Glitch Text Castlevania episode. Boy hoards items and RPGs, even if he doesn't need them. Yeah. Well, that's... like, everyone's been in this position, right? And how it starts is like... like, you go through a game and you get like an elixir, right? Elixir is like the classic one, right? You go through a game, you get your elixir, and it like, oh, it recovers everything. That's great. And you use it, and then you find out that like, no, you can't buy those in shops. There's only 7 of them in the game, kind of thing. And so you're like, well, I better hold on to this until I really need it. It's like the Master Ball in Pokemon, right? You only get the one, so you want to use it when it's going to count. You don't want to throw it at the first, you know, Raticate that comes your way. You want to save it for the big jobs, right? And then you end up finishing the game and like, oh, I didn't use it. Or you do use it on the legendary and it just doesn't work. I don't use my elixir. No, that's what makes me lay whole. Yeah, see, that's... I have a bunch of elixirs. I don't want to use them. I want to use them if I can get away from it. Plus, also, well, elixirs are really powerful because it restores an ally full HP and TP. Now, I don't know if that just does one ally or all allies, but I've also have the basilisk eggs. They're called scales, but they're eggs. 100% they're basilisk eggs. They do more or less the same thing, although I think those may be individual instead of total party. Where are... yeah, basilisk scales are actually supposedly really good in a fight. I have 11 of them. I should use one to figure out if it's actually that good. All right. The dragon toot, the dreaded dragon toot. Class toots as he pleases. I don't need 2 drum sets, but I also don't need to sell. I don't need 2 drum sets. And spread. I have so many Gorgon amulets. We'll keep 5 Gorgon amulets. Why do I have so many Gorgon amulets? I was fighting stuff that gave me Gorgon amulets. That's why. Sorry, over a minute behind. No worries. It happens. Even my own preview is constantly behind. I like to keep 1 long sword, just in case I ever fight something that I need Kless to not damage for some reason. Which I think I've already encountered things that may be recommended for, and I've never used it, so. Ancient Chinese secret. Moon crystal. I'll just sell the legendary samurai sword and be done with it. Protect ring. Ring absorbs melee attacks as an item. See, I might use that someday. I probably won't because they have other items that I like. But I could double up on that. Might as well just hold on to those. I'll just hold on to them. I don't need to get rid of them. Same for the resist ring. It's the same deal. I don't need them. I definitely don't need 15 of these. Traveling to the past and jump answers them back in the future. That's more or less what happens. Even when I set it YouTube to like the lowest latency, there will always be delay. And it's only gotten worse over time. Wave spread. Okay, I want to keep one of those. Whale meat. Whale meat is a delicacy. I believe I just sell this somewhere for money. I mean, it's $90,000. It's $90,000, right? Pull this thing up here. Where's my tab? Where's my Phantasia? There we go. There we go. I'm so anxious about like accidentally selling like a key item because I don't think the game would stop me. That I'm like, hold on, let me look up this whale meat. Well, I could sell these in the Elven Town for 200,000. I'm not selling them here. What's up, Buttercast? Welcome in. How you doing? How's your week going? Hopefully it's going well. Good to see you. Yeah, I could get a lot more money in the Elven Town selling those. So I'll just wait. I will wait. Those jade rings are very nice. I think like the jade rings, I don't really need 4 of them because they all have the upgraded fairy ring, but I'll hold on to them because I don't remember where I got them. Silver Matic, green torch, those are part of that. I haven't used any of these things, the green torches. I could sell all of this Odin, or I could keep all of it because each Odin completely refills my food capacity. Prime whale meat. It's got all that rich, delicious blubber the kids crave. Still, that's 300,000 is quite a bit of money. That's 4.7 million. I could make millions selling the Odin. I'll just hold on to it. I'm not that desperate for money. I definitely don't need 5 of those. Dragon steak. I fought long and hard for that dragon steak. By gum. I only got 1 sand spread. Sharp bows be damned. I could just sell this now. I could just sell those combo items. Just be like, out of hell with it. All right. So look at that. I already made almost half of what I spent on that combo item. Whale nuggets for everyone. It's not, you don't want the whale nuggets flash. It's all processed. It's all that blue slime they make. It's all processed. You want that free range whale meat. Cruelty free whale meat. All right, let's get this fixed there. Okay. I need to fix my stuff. I got 15 mixed gummies, 15 apple gummies, only 14 lemon gummies though. Miracle Gummy. Miracle Gummy comes from the mixed gummy. Lemon Gummy comes from Apple Gummy. And then there's Orange Gummy and Pine Gummy. And I think I'm completely out of Pine Gummies. So we're going to make the Pine Gummy. As soon as I find my rune bottles. Inventory management. The stream. Hold on, I just gotta rearrange things for 7 hours here. All right. I still got this one mystery bow. Oh, that's the yeah, that's another one of those wave spreads. All right. I'll take 15 of those. Goes much slower because I can only hold, 15 at a time. Okay. And then 2 those, 1 of those. All right, great. Let's head up the other stuff we got. We'll turn this into a chrono glass. Right? I don't want to upgrade food. If we have any, what is it? Sage. Turn it to red sage. Except for +1. Do. Like random ass other mantle. Okay. Congrats on 3 subs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I appreciate all the subs and all the support. Oh wait, I can sell another wave spread. Oh, I have so much stuff that I could sell like practically all of this and it would not impact me, but I'm holding on to all of it in case, like, what if I need a different sword? What if I just want one for no reason? Yeah, that's fine. So look at that. We're almost back up to 5 mil. Now I gotta go back to the medicine shop here. Where are you? Where are you, my good man? Sell me your wares. Sell me your finest gummies. Beautiful. Beautiful. What's our food looking like? Oh my. Our food is almost out. You know what that means? It's time to stack an Odin up there. Oh, how to get back to the sort. Oh. There we go. Is Odin not in there? Oh, I guess I did not sort by food, so that makes sense. Yes. It's expensive, yes. Yes, it is. All right, to the Elven Village to sell some delicious whale meat. We're making bank on that. Dragon meat tastes like? I say gator. I would be inclined to agree with that. I think it would taste Yeah, Gator's probably the closest comparison. Like, not quite like chicken. I completely forgot about Gremlin. Oh my god. Yeah, so I went back. Sorry, it's been over a week, right? I forgot. So I went back into that dungeon. I went back and found the ring I was missing so I could go back and get Gremlin. And I used it once to see what it would do. And it's just this Gremlin that drops out of a hole going, yeah. It's so hilarious. But when you talk to him, he's just like, he's so bizarre. Oh, I'll have to, I can't pull it up this time, I don't think, but I'll have to pull it up at some point and show you guys like finding Gremlin, the whole Gremlin interaction. Long ago, I got to have Gator fajitas. I like them. Yeah, I've had Gator. No, I'm thinking of something else. I haven't had Gator. I've been told about Gator. I would like to eat Gator. I'm thinking of frog legs. I'm thinking of frog legs because we discussed somebody, compared it somewhat to that, but I've had Gator kebabs. Ooh, kebabs. Someday I will eat the Gators. Okay, I'm going to see if I can. Oh, is this still here even? This could be it. Give me a sec here. Oh, this is it. Okay. All right. I'm going to add something. Hopefully this doesn't like flip out here. I forgot that I recorded this. I recorded it going back in. Okay. Let me mute the game here. Let me pause this. I don't even know. I can't even hear it. Do let me know if it's just like insanely loud. I'm sorry I couldn't hear it. I didn't intend for it to just immediately start playing. I recorded this going back to get the Gremlin summon last time, and I wanted to show this real quick here. How can I get this? Get myself back in here in the chat. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, so yeah, this is Gremlin. This was Clarf's final summon, his penultimate summon. Let me know if the audio is too loud. I'll turn it down. Probably is a little loud. The audio is not super important. Me behind you. Wow! Who or what are you? Me, Gremlin. Who lets you in Gremlin's new home? Your new home? What do you mean? Me from Magic World, but now me have to live here. Clark, do you think I could contract with such a creature? Hey, what you saying? Nothing. Say, are you hungry? Food? Feed me. Give me something good. It's yummy. Yummy magic. I'll make sure you have plenty to eat. Okay, Gremlin, help funny man. Feed Gremlin now. First, we've got a contract, but which ring should I use? And me think that's ring pretty. Ah, the sapphire ring. spirits of magic, I beseech you, grant me the powers of pain and panic. Like, what the hell is that? What does that mean? My name is Clarth. I don't know what it means, the pain and panic. Look, he's doing a little jig there. He's doing a little dance. I'm Gremlin. Clarth gained the ability to summon the gremlins. Pain and panic from Hercules. What an odd creature. Yeah, so that was trapped down in the well, I had to heal everybody. Trapped out in the dungeons there. I recorded that just so, because I'm like, I want to get this done before I go on my trip. My island has a gator infestation. People started hunting them for food to keep their numbers at bay. Ooh, yeah, that's not something you want to let get out of control. Oh, let me unmute this. I'm gonna unmute this here. As long as like, I see a lot of the problem that with like invasive species is like, if you can't turn it into a trade or like a trade good, right? If you can't like process it into something that can be sold, a lot of times the problem just doesn't get resolved because it costs money. Like ammo costs money, dealing with those things costs money, and if you can't, like, this is the problem with like the wild hogs in the US, like most of that meat no one wants. It's the same thing with the carp issue. Is it Japanese carp? The Asian carp? The Asian, I should call it Japan specifically. This is the Asian carp. It's not good enough for people to really want it, so no one's paying a lot for it. So no one wants to go to the expense of getting it. Like, it's just a money loser. Cracks have no natural enemies here. Yeah, see, that's like, you really gotta deal with that. But at the same time, like, going out hunting them has a cost. And even if people are like, yeah, I'll go do it, like eventually, just like what happened with wild hogs in the US, what happened with emus in Australia, eventually it's like, look, we don't have the money for this war here. We're making nothing off of it. Town in the nearest small lake near me is huge infestation. Put up a bounty, 250 per gator killed. Yeah, if you're here about this, I don't know if this is true, right? I have heard this story, but I don't know the truth of it. I believe it was in India where they had a cobra problem, and so they put a bounty on cobras, and it seemed very successful. They had a lot of people bringing in dead cobras, and they thought it was doing well, but then they found out that like the cobra infestation wasn't really going down, and what they discovered was happening was that people were breeding cobras. Yeah, they bred them. Again, I don't know if this is true. It seems like it could be true, but it could be completely made up, right? It's one of those internet stories that I haven't bothered to look into more. And anytime you put a bounty on animals like that, like there's always the risk that someone's gonna be like, well, it looks like I'm running a gator hatchery now. And then what happens when you bust them, you're like, hey, we're not offering this bounty anymore. Those people are like, oh, great, cool. And they just dump a basket full of deadly animals into the wilderness and say, yeah, I guess that's over with. As though they somehow are not going to be attacked by those deadly animals. Yeah, invasive species without like natural predators with them. Huge problem. Huge problem. I could be manipulating this. All right. Yeah! That's all I want. Just keep summoning Gremlin. It's fine. Yeah, just keep doing it. Yeah! Come on, Clark. Summon that Gremlin. Yes! Do it! Yeah! Oh, Gremlin, you've made my night. Oh my god. That's so ridiculous. That's one summon. Man, Clark, you could just keep summoning that over and over and over again. I will not complain. Where is the scout orb here? Here's the scout orb. So here's what you can do with the scout orb. Every time you reset it, it resets the encounter rate. Like basically the countdown till you encounter stuff. And if you time it right, you can just keep resetting it and not ever encounter anything. It's tedious, but it will get you where you're going. All right, let's sell some whale meat here. We're whalers. We're not on the moon. We don't need to be on the moon. But we're a whaling party now. Whale meat. Oh, this is a sweet $2 million for us here. Goodbye, delicious whale meat. I'll miss you. Look, I'm even richer than I was when I started here. Is there anything in here that's worth buying? I don't think there is. I use escape battles 10% faster. Maybe I should have bought that. I should have bought that. Every time I think about checking equipment, oh, he can't wear. Chester can't wear anything. I'm thinking of Clark. This is what I'm thinking of. Every time I think of checking equipment, for Arch, it's here in this village when I can't do anything. Like every time, I'm like, you know what? I should see if she needs that star cap. And it's like, oh wait. Yeah, Gremlin is amazing. We're gonna be seeing a lot of Gremlin. Yeah. I love that his attack is like there's nothing more to it than like he just drops out of the portal and strikes. It's so beautiful. Let me see that gremlin. Also, what is he saying? Is he saying like gremlinza? Gremlinza? Is that what he's saying? I know it summons multiple gremlins. It sounds like he's saying gremlinger. Gremlinger, but I think he's saying gremlinza. King Gremlin just summons King K. Rool. Get him! Yeah! Thor's knife is pretty good. Oh yeah, I have a couple more abilities to find for Kless as well. Oh! Every time I'm like right there, it's like, why am I getting attacked here? Get him, Clark. Oh, they got me. I should have just waited for the gremlin to clean it up. Yeah. Like all the rest of them, like, oh, I got so many stupid Gorgon implants out of that. I don't need them. Oh, what's up, Ace Attorney Man? How's it going? Oh, you're watching the Perhenmo Mega Man X SNES? You joining the slime raid? Welcome in, and good to see you. So yes, let's get Arch in here because I keep forgetting to check. She's got 81, 85, 90, 93. Kless is the last person I'm worried about reaching the upper levels because I can just put him in the tournament. Oh, she can't wear the star cap. So I don't need that star cap at all. I don't think she's got anything. Defense is better. Accuracy is worse. I like the dark robe. Dark robe of a witch. Okay. What's Kless wearing? I'm wearing the jet boots. Okay. I need to go talk to some people to get Kless's last couple abilities here. Let's see, the desert. Is this it? I think one of these oases has some guy. And I mentioned hyperfixation activated. Oh no, why did I just leave? Yeah, I'll come back to Mega Man 10 at some point not too far in the future. But I want to play some horror games first. How would you like me to teach you a technique? Really? I'll sell you this book I wrote on sword techniques for 40,000 gold. Ha! Pennies! Pennies, my man! I'm far richer than that. Why, yes, I will purchase this book. Kless learned Odin's Wrath. Well, I like how those fish punctuated the tune by leaping out of the water. Well, assuming that is a long-range one. They all seem to be long-range. Odin's Wrath, which is Phoenix and Tiger Teeth. That's pretty good against people who don't like fire. Where's Thor's Wrath? Lightning Bolt and Tiger Teeth. I don't know, I do like Phoenix. We'll give that a go. What am I still learning? Teleport here? I think teleport. Is teleport the last thing? Teleport and Soul Wave? Yeah, because I learned Soul, both of those. So I think teleport is like the last skill I actually have to learn here. Okay, we got that. There's yet one more that I know of. In this snowfield. All right, I think I know. I'll just look it up. There's a guy in here. Okay. There's a particular direction I need to travel here in order to get this. Where are the techniques? I think this is the last one. I'm looking at this list real quick. I think this is the last. I believe it's the last thing. All right, let's find. All right. Up, right, down, right, up. Okay. Up, right, down, right, up. There we go. You're a swordsman. Want me to teach you a technique? Really? I'll teach you for 50,000 gold. Why, yes, I will learn the skill. Kless learned Earth's Rage. May it serve you well. I think, is this the first, like, Earth-based skill that I have here? $50,000. And look, I still have over 6 million gold. I'm rich beyond repair. Someone will protect my fortunes from me. Earth's Rage is lightning bolts and magma rift. Oh, that's interesting. It's still not really Earth. That's fire and lightning. So he doesn't have anything. Having to find it, you also need to pay for it. Yeah, that's all of them. Most of those skills are people that I had to find somewhere in the world that were like, hey, I'll sell you this. There are like 1 or 2 people that are just like, here, take it. And then of course there's the stuff you get from leveling. But most of the time it's purchased off of people like that, which is very funny. I would be more upset about it if I didn't have just like piles and piles of cash here. All right. So I think that about does that. I think the next thing is that's the wrong area. I think the next thing is basically just leveling. We're just gonna grind. I know Arch has one more spell. I believe it is in Deus's castle, and I don't know how far in it is. So that is fine. So we're gonna go back to this nightmare realm. And we're just gonna hang out by the save point, right? We're just gonna run around by the save point at the top, and we're gonna grind. We're gonna grind on enemies to try and get these guys to level up. And that's probably what we'll be doing for the rest of this evening. So I'm not gonna go real far in. It'll be easy to get out. I'll have to turn off the scout orb, or turn up the scout orb rather. I guess we'll use the alternate version of it, which is to make a higher encounter rate. And I'll just go back and save every couple of encounters or so. I don't know if I'll do every level. It depends on what we run into, because there's still enemies that can just like completely wreck us. So I don't want to like push things too far and then lose a bunch of progress. Do you need to max out your level? Yeah, so need is a strong word. So basically, there's a title that I can get. It's either a title or I just get it when I accomplish it. It may not even come to a title. That earns me one of these green stars. There's 8 total. I'm missing 1 so far. And I believe that comes from getting your entire party max level. Which I think it must be a title then, because he checks that stuff. I don't think I have to get all 5 members max, but I have to get my party maxed out. So I just have to get 4 of them maxed out. Kless is not too far off. Mint's 90. Chester's 85. Arch is 81. Let's see where Clarth is. Clarth is 72. Okay. Well, I'm putting Clarth in on this. In fact, I'm gonna change Chester and Arch because she's lower even. So we're gonna grind up here. There's this item. First, let's change the scout orb to high encounter rate. So I don't really need to get the max level to clear out the game. It's like an entirely optional cosmetic, like bragging, like pre achievement. If you think of it that way. I'm trying to platinum this game. I figure we're not super far off, and so I might as well. Oh, I could get that verbena up there too. Where is this? Sephora. It's not just here, is it? No, it moved up in the list. I'll find the Sephora +1. I don't know how long it lasts for. Increases the golden XP you gain in battle by 20%. Right, so that'll get us some more XP. Let me see, will this, if I look at the items on here, will it tell me how long it lasts? Because I don't, it seems pointless if it's just for one fight. Having this in your inventory. Oh, it's just a thing. I don't actually use it. Oh, man, that's even better, I guess. I just have to have it in my inventory, and I'm already getting the benefit of that. All right. Well, that answers that question. All right, let's save. Okay. New memes done. Ooh. Flash always getting those delicious memes in the Discord server. I can throw that up there right there. You can join the Jumington Dynamics Discord if you would like to see some delicious memes by Flash and others. I posted a meme today. Hey everybody. Finding Gremlin's internet troll style. Phantasia's Gremlin be like, arr! I love that. I love that image. Is that like an image of what is that gremlin from? I don't know if that's art from like concept art for this game. Mr. Jumopoly man. I'm a millionaire, baby. 6 million in the treasure chest. Yeah, and I've been there about how much money I'm spending on consoles. Because every time I go through it, and I'm like, you know what this console needs? It needs like this part and that part and this part. And none of those individually are expensive, but they're from several different places that all want to charge like $10 shipping. And it just really adds up. It really adds up. This Xbox is turning out to be quite pricey, all told. I think it'll be worth it when it's working. It's worth it for me, just the fun of doing it, but if I had an accountant, they would be angry with me. Be like, why you spend your money like this? Thankfully, I don't make enough money to have an accountant, so no one's going to come in and be like, no more consoles. That would be my nightmare. This does feral imp. Oh, jeez. That's about what I'm summoning. The feral imps. Oh, that gremlin was so good. I don't think we saw Chameleon at all. I have to make him summon Chameleon. Remind me when I come back, try and summon Chameleon in a fight so we can at least see it. We're gonna get in some fights. We're gonna see how far we could go with this. We're gonna try and grind some levels up tonight. Because I got to talk to that guy before we clear the game. But I think we can reach a point in the castle where I can come back. I don't think that. Well, I can come back from the castle. So I could go fight a bunch of stuff in the castle too after this, so that if I don't hit 99 this time, I can still work towards it next time while also working to advance the story up to a point. As long as I don't finish things before I hit that level, it'll be fine. But this is all we're focused on now. But I'll take my usual quick constitutional, and I will return very quickly, and then we will get to the grinding and hopefully not get killed by Wolverine. But we'll see. Stay tuned. Blah. Yeah. Much like the gremlins, I have returned. All right, thank you. All right, let's get to grinding. Straight out the gates here. Good. Oh yeah, that was the other spell that she didn't have before. Now I have the power of explode. You know, that could have gone like really bad. I really wanted to try that, and it's really not good to jump on those guys. Man, that gremlin does a lot of damage. That gremlin does a lot of damage. All right, let's see if I can get him to do chameleon. If he'll live through this, he probably won't. Okay, we'll get gremlin on the next one. It's fine. 12,000 experience gained. We're gonna get so much money. Oh, we got more tusks. You know what that means? More mahjong tiles. More mahjong tiles to hurl. We should hurl a mahjong tile also, just to test it, just to see what it does here. Oh, I gotta fight this guy. Extinction did not work. Oh no, maybe it could have. I need to not let him do this. I forgot. I've gotten rusty. I forgot I need to direct them to actually like have Mint do the big hammer on these guys so that he doesn't just keep summoning Lich on us. All right, chameleon these guys. I want to see it. Yes, stun them. Oh my god! What on earth was that? Chameleon's just a big head that comes out? Oh, I don't like that guy. I don't like that pig. That could go bad. All right. All right, I need to see chameleon again. We didn't get to see that enough. What is this? Oh, I think it's an instant kill. I think the chameleon's an instant kill attack. I think that's why it didn't work. These last two summons are bizarre. Gremlin is just mass damage and lots of fun. And chameleon is like... it's just a head that pops out, like maybe it'll eat something. That's very funny. That's very funny to me. Yeah, we could all use it. Man, Kless really took a beating back there. All right. We don't need to travel. We could just stay in the other room too. Oh, these guys. I forgot these guys really suck. Man, that gremlin makes this like so much easier. These guys are just like going down. Thank you, I guess. Distortion failed. Yeah! Man, that gremlin is awesome. Chameleon is good too. I like chameleon a lot. Hey, got our first levels and a bunch of worthless bows, I'm sure. We could just hang out in that first room. There's the N64 button. Is Tidal Wave good? I barely used her in this. I think I used mostly Clark. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that Manticore is rough. Heal us, please. Will this extinction kill anything? Oh, it did. Oh, nice. Plus, is getting ripped here. Woo. Yeah, the lethality is high. Let's get back in here. No, you could use some more. Okay. Very good. Oh, this works out very well here. If I was still wearing those rings. Oh, Kless has got kick-ass like armor now. Absorbs all of that attack. That's beautiful. Death Cloud gonna do it? No. This is so much easier now. Oh, geez. Clark got wrecked. Nice. Oh, please don't just stand there and get wailed on. I spoke too soon about it, like, oh, this is so much easier. Oh no, forgot to turn it off. Please kill one of them. I killed both of them. Oh my God. Those instant kill are crazy. Oh, you joined the Discord? Oh, welcome. Let me go click on my welcome here. Wave to say hi. Welcome to the Discord. I don't have to use all my resources. I can just keep sleeping in this tent over and over again here. Beautiful. Where is everyone at with their tactics? Very good, very good, very good. Yeah, Gremlin is really good, it turns out. I need to make sure that I'm forcing Mint. Oh, she didn't pull it off. I gotta get over there. Oh, nice. That's a clutch move, Mint. That pig back there could really wreck us. Get him! Get him! Oh, those Tuskors are brutal. Beautiful work, beautiful. But it can turn so quick. Look at how much I took so much damage from that. Turn Alchemist and a Wizard. The rules, no witch hunts. Reaction was, oh good, because I'm a practitioner of the dark arts. I copied and pasted those rules because I was like, I don't know how to say what I want to block, and I found some like template rules. I'm like, this is good. This is good. I'm not super duper active in a lot of different discords. I hate to admit it, but I'm like just not. I would like to be more, but I often just don't have anything to say outside of like my particular hyper obsessive interests. As a consequence, there's a lot of stuff like if you are not familiar with like the culture of a particular type of forum, it's hard to say what you should tell people not to do because it's hard to gauge like what are some of the problems that come up. So that's why I look for those template rules that are like, hey, don't do this. I'm like, oh, I never thought someone would do that. This makes sense. This makes sense. Generally active Mega Man discourse because it's not an obsession. Man, you stick with what you like. I'm the same way. Like I have a section on there that is all about retro consoles and like the retro consoles that I buy to fix up. And I don't know how super duper interesting it is, so I made a separate section. But man, I can talk about that stuff all day. All day. And a lot of the people I deal with in real life just don't want to hear it anymore. Because that's all I have to talk about is like, let me tell you about all the stuff I got to do to this Xbox I bought. Oh, you got it. You chose poorly. All right. Moving up here. We're moving up the levels now. Slowly but surely. I thought maybe I'm mistaken and I thought I had Clarth more. But that's right. I didn't have Clarth as much. I had Arch more. That's why he's so far behind. If I could just hang out here, I can just go rest all the time. This one's just kind of irritating. Gremlin! Get Gremlin! Oh, she almost got back all those Gremlin points. Just to get my friends tired because every month I get obsessed with a new show or gamer comic. Keep kicking out or recommending them. Yeah, it's tough. Like, I don't know, because I never feel this way when someone else is like super excited about something and they want to talk about it all the time. But I know like that I can tell, but then it becomes like I'm talking about these consoles and I can tell like they're no longer interested, and at that point it's like it's too late. I've already started. At this point, it's like that magic trick where you pull like a bunch of scarves out of your mouth. It's like I'm already halfway there. I can't stop. I can't stop the music. I've got to get this thought entirely out, otherwise, like I will go insane. There, group, I get all that stuff out. Yeah, that's nice. It's nice where you can find a group that is into it. And you don't just feel like you're driving everybody crazy talking about capacitors all the time. Get him! Get Gremlin, fools! Meow! God, that Gremlin is so powerful. I'm so glad I went back and got that Gremlin. He was so worth the trouble. Thousands of points of damage on that. If he just uses Gremlin from now on and it works consistently, I will be very pleased. Burn him! Jesus! Yeah! Yeah! Get nuked, sucker! These guys took so much longer the last time through. Oh man, Clarth is getting destroyed back there. Oh, Clarth is dead. I spoke too soon. If it looks like a man in a suit. A man in a suit wearing a ghost costume on top of the costume he already has. They can't decide what they are. They look kind of like panda bears or like snowmen, but now that you mention it, they do look like they're just wearing ghost costumes. But they have like clown hair. They have like Bozo the Clown style hair. They don't know what they are, what they want to be. As long as they feed me XP, I'm happy. Yeah, once more. We haven't run into that wolf guy yet, which I'm happy about. Gremlin! Yes, explode the ice children. Extinction. Get him! Oh, it got all of them. When that instant kill stuff works, man, it's so good. My favorite Final Fantasy spell, nuke. It's so good. It's the caster obsessed with explosion like several years before Konosuba. Quit phasing out! That voice is so cute. Yeah. That's why I played this, even though I think that the PlayStation version, which also has a fan translation done by a different group, is probably the best experience you're going to get with this game. Because it has extra story bits bolted in there, little cutscenes and stuff. And the sprite artwork has been redone for a lot of sections to be more in line with Namco's revised character designs. But I was really interested in the Super Famicom version because of the really impressive technical accomplishment of getting like a fully voiced opening song and like having voice lines on a Super Nintendo cart, which is like, it's no mean feat. Like they accomplished something very good, and the graphics are very good, very advanced for what it is, very advanced for the time, I should say. They did a really fantastic job with this. The only thing I say that is lacking to me on this that I think the PlayStation version handles, from what I've seen, is the story is expanded out more between the characters, which I would have liked to see, but I can understand like it just didn't have the time or space for it. There's also the element of like the game started as something else. And in my mind, there's like three versions of this game, three potential versions of this game. There's the version that we got that I'm playing right now, which is a combination of what the original writer had in mind, what the original team had in mind, and what the changes that Namco pushed when they came on as the publisher. And that's what we end up with here. where there's like two competing character designs going on. The original character designs and Namco's revised character designs. The story is very cut down and altered from the original story. So that's that. Then there's a version that is purely what Namco had in mind, which I think the PlayStation version is close to get to that, where they've completely taken ownership of it and they just put in whatever they like. They change the characters' designs to match the design by the mangaka they hired to do it, whose name I can't recall off the top of my head, but this guy did Oh My Goddess and You're Under Arrest and all that. And married a very young cosplayer. And then there's like the third version, which is the original team's vision. The original director of it had written the story, and I think they made a novel. Somebody wrote a novel that more clearly encapsulates like the full story, because originally it was supposed to be like a 3-section story where you have like the original people, and you see this in the beginning of the game, the very opening of the game. You see this where there's a group of people in the past who fight Deus and defeat him, and then he travels forward into his future, which is still the past, and another group of adventurers is waiting for him to reappear, and they seal him away, and that's Kless's father. That's like a lot of the characters, some of the main characters' parents were involved in that team, like Kless's father and Mint's mother were involved in that. And then you have Kless's side, where they have to like face him finally. And so it's like it was supposed to be 3 different sections. So essentially we were only getting like a third of the story that was originally intended. That is the version I would be the most interested in seeing, that we will never see, and the closest we'll get is whatever elements survived into Star Ocean. But basically, like once Namco took it over, like all of that story element got wiped out. Oh boy, we could die here if I can't get this pulled off here. Please kill it. Yes, thank you. Now we'll focus on the other group, because the issue here is if Mint can't get the hammer off and it doesn't stop that guy, he'll just keep casting over and over again, and we'll be stuck behind that boar. He just keeps summoning Lich. Oh, that's good. Summon it on Kless. Star Ocean, this sort of series? Yeah, so Star Ocean, let me get to a point where I'm not imperiled. Star Ocean is made by Tri-Ace, and Tri-Ace was formed by members of Wolf Team who worked on the original Tales game, this game. A lot of the original members of Wolf Team that were involved in this game were unhappy with the changes that Namco forced when they became the publisher. They changed like art style, they changed the story, they pushed a lot of changes on it, and they were very unhappy about it. And so a number of that team left and formed Tri-Ace, and then Tri-Ace are the ones behind Star Ocean. And so the original writer for this game and director of this game and character designer for this game, all those people left to form Tri-Ace and make Star Ocean. So Star Ocean is very similar. Star Ocean has voice samples in it. Star Ocean is the largest Super Famicom game. This game being a close second. The only reason Star Ocean is larger is because Star Ocean also included compression, included a special compression chip, so that the ROM on it is even larger than the ROM chip because it uses compression. So it's an even bigger game. But mechanically, if you stack the two up next to each other, they're very similar. They have a similar type of combat to this. They have a similar like kind of story structure going on. So yeah, that's Star Ocean exists because Namco meddled with Tales, and then Namco has been very successful with Tales. So I can't say like, well, they were wrong to fiddle with it. Like, they hit on something really good. Yeah, a lot of that comes from the original Tri-Ace crew, right? But like they've kept it going for quite a while. I think they've been a bit more successful than Tri-Ace has been with Star Ocean. There's a lot more Tales games than there are Star Ocean games. But Star Ocean games are really good too. Like I don't mean to imply like they're the second fiddle. I think that Namco, being a bigger company, had the resources to like push more, you know, to get more games out than Tri-Ace did. But a lot of the audio innovations and things like that were used in this game were developed by those guys that formed Tri-Ace. So that's why you see a lot of the similarities on the Super Famicom area. Once it gets past that, like they diverge in wild directions. But yeah, they have a very like strong link. So the two can be seen as like very similar games in a lot of ways. That is the RPG I'll play after this one. I'll play the Super Famicom. It's another fan translation for Star Ocean, which again, Star Ocean has great remakes. The second story is good. Those are like the newest ones are like remasters of remakes, right? Not second story. Second story is the second game, but where's the second story? Well, whatever it is, they remade Star Ocean. They remastered it. That's out on like modern consoles now. The remaster of the second one came out pretty recent past. They're like HD 2D looking games. They did a very good job with those. I don't think the last Star Ocean did very well. Like the Divine Force was not as well received, which is unfortunate. But I enjoyed their games. I think I like the whole story, the whole backstory around it. It's very fascinating. What's up, Edward? How is it going? How have you been? How's stream been so far? So far, so good. We're grinding for levels. We got a new summon that is hilarious. You'll see it probably very soon here. I'm fighting for my life against these tusk boars here. We're in a very difficult dungeon here trying to survive. Things can turn sour very quickly here. So yeah, that's where we are at. Please kill it. All right, I want to try to use one of these mahjong tiles. I just want to see what it does. Oh, it just drops a bunch of tiles on them. Oh, that was a solid amount of damage. Who's Gremlin again? The fans demand Gremlin, and by fans I mean me. Here we go. Oh, he didn't get to pull off. That's Star Ocean to my list too. Yeah, it has a very similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's a similar style of combat to this game. Graphically very good. A lot of cool audio. Uses the same audio tech that plays this. That powers all of this stuff. It's really like the best setup for playing older titles like this in Star Ocean. That entirely depends. So, my preference, and this is strictly a preference thing. This isn't like, this is the best and I'm going to do it. I like playing on real hardware or as real as I can get. So I'm playing on an North American Super Nintendo. Obviously games like this and Star Ocean, excuse me, were not released in the US. So I'm playing through fan translation. So to do that, I use a flash card. I use the FX Pack Pro. It's kind of pricey. But it's about the best Super Nintendo flash card you can get, right? An alternative to that, if you want to play real hardware, is to get Japanese copies of this in Star Ocean, and there's ways to burn a ROM to a new chip and make like a Frankenstein pack. That's a little nuts, but you can't do that. Alternately, emulation is fine. Like Super Nintendo emulation is like super mature. There's a lot of emulators out there that do a fantastic job of it. And you can find ROMs for these out there on the internet. You can find copies of these. I mean, is it realistic for me to get all those old games? not realistic. Yeah. I like running on the hardware, and I like, I won't say I collect the games because I'm not really concerned about like getting complete in box games. I just want to play them. There's a limit to some of that, and I have a lot of really terrible looking carts because it was the cheapest available option. And like, man, this cart looks like total butt. It's like the label's torn off, it's chewed up, but like the insides work fine, and like I'm happy with that. But emulation is totally fine. Get a decent controller that you like, and a system that can run, whatever emulation. RetroArch is fine on that. You can build an emulation like exclusive system for it. BeastNest is a good one. That's one I like to use when I want to grab like screenshots and stuff. But like that's, yeah. Commander games are so big too. Yeah. And it's like the games like I remember the like for the NES flash cart, it's like a 64 gig SD card will hold like the entire library. And Super Nintendo's not super far off from that. You get a bigger cart, but you can fit the whole library on. Those games are like tiny. I don't need to check the gameplay hours before buying. It's crazy. Yeah. Wait, and it's funny to me because people will put it as a negative mark if a game is short. Like, this was only a 20-hour game. And I'm like, no, a lot of people want that. Everybody wants like a 400-hour RPG. Now, I've got like over 60 hours in this game, but I have gone through and gotten a lot of side and optional stuff that you don't need to play through it. But I'd say like a lot of like the best RPGs, the JRPGs in the Super Nintendo era were between 30 to 60 hour games, depending on your play style. So longish, but not like comparatively now, there's a lot longer games out there. But here it looks good so far. Be progressing steadily. So own the game in record time. Yes. I don't know what this goes for nowadays, like the Japanese Tales of Phantasia or Star Ocean for that matter. Super Nintendo games are kind of like a lot of Super Nintendo and Nintendo games have a kind of inflated price. I think this era of games, the pricing is really inflated on them. Gives you they need a bunch of padding. Yeah, like you can put, if you have a good core loop in your game, which is like the core gameplay loop that you go through, go in dungeon, fight monsters, do this, like fight monster, right? That's the core loop. Fight monster, pick up loot, fight monster, pick up loot. If that's fun enough, you can just drag things out for a long time off of that. If that's not fun enough, then it just becomes a tedious grind. Monster Hunter does it good. I bounced off of Monster Hunter really hard, but at the same time, I could see why it's lasted as long. I could see where the popularity was. It didn't quite land with me, but like when I played it, it was fun. I didn't want to keep going for as long as it was asking me to keep playing it. But I could see why people keep coming back to it, because what I did play, I did enjoy. But it's like going to an all-you-can-eat buffet and not really being hungry, like, one plate was enough. That was kind of how I felt. But yeah, like emulation is totally cool. Real hardware is great. It gets expensive. It gets expensive because then like, I want to play it on a modern TV that may not have composite input, or the composite may look terrible. Well, now you're looking at upscalers. That's even more money. You want a flash card to play that? That's even more money. It starts to stack up. And a lot of people, like, if you put like an actual console up against emulation, they're not going to know the difference. It doesn't really make a difference. So unless you're like me, a weird hardware fetishist, don't bother. Emulation is cool. Played Freedom Unite and Rise mostly. When it clicks, it clicks. What was it Rise or what was the last one? I think it was Rise when I was playing. Sorry, Monster Hunter got overwhelmed by all the mechanics. Yeah, it can do that. There's a lot going on there. I think it's like you just focus on like one small bit of it, because if you start thinking of the whole big picture, it becomes overwhelming. But that's hard because there's a lot going on there. But like I really think you could ignore a lot of that stuff too, and just kind of like build your skill set as you go. But like that's kind of what happened with me. And if it doesn't get in there, then get with his friend. Otherwise, yeah. Well, and so I had a couple friends that were playing it, but they had been playing for hours and hours already, right? They were like in end game content stuff, and I had just started, and like, yeah, come join the game. And they're talking about stuff I had no idea what they were talking about. They're asking me what sets I'm going for. I'm like, I have no idea. I haven't even gotten to that stage. I haven't even unlocked the thing you're talking about. I mean, going with these hunts, and like, I had no idea what they were doing. It was totally different from when I would go and hunt something. And so that didn't really pan out for me. That might have been part of my issue, is that like I had people who wanted me to join in who were like really well versed and did not seem to understand what being a beginner meant. And didn't pay any attention to my hours in the game. Like, what do you got in the 6 hours? Instead, they're just like, well, you know where this is, right? Like, no, man. I had a similar experience when I had a friend who was really into World of Warcraft, and he wanted me to get me into it. And I was game, like, I'll give it a shot. But he was like level 50 or 60 or something like that. He had already experienced all of the low level stuff in the game. And so to him, like, well, you can just skip all of that. And I'm like, no, I don't want to skip it. I want to enjoy this. I want to savor this, you know? I want to see what there is to see. Otherwise, I'm not going to know how to play the game. I'm not going to know where anybody is in the game. I'm not going to know what anything is, right? I need to see all this low level stuff. I don't want to start at level 60. Because the thing is, when you start at level 60, you have a bunch of abilities. You don't know what they do. You don't have the controls mastered. You don't have macros and all that stuff set up, right? Because you build that skill and appreciation for the game world, the knowledge of it, by getting to level 60. And if you start like fresh and just immediately go to level 60, you miss all of that. Well, he comes in after I'm doing, and I'm not bad mouthing him. Like, I get where he was coming from here. But he comes in, it's like, oh, what do you need? 5 of these things? I've got that. I'll just give you that. Don't even bother. Just come straight over here and talk to this guy, and we'll just get this over with as quickly as possible. And I'm like, no, man, let me go get these 10 bear teeth here, whatever the hell it was. Let me go find the guy and talk to him. Like, that's when you hear the stuff like, well, the game doesn't start till your level, whatever the highest level at the time was. Oh, the game doesn't really start till you're level 45. And it's like, well, then what are you doing until then? I mean, that is like, in my mind, like kind of the worst way to sell a game. And I always thought it was goofy when people talked about it with World of Warcraft, which also, if it's not clear, I just couldn't get into and was like, you know, whatever. Or maybe I missed the boat on this one. But the, you know, telling people like, oh, the game doesn't actually start till you're 40 levels in. It's like, well, then they can cut all of that content. If you're telling me that's all meaningless, why do I have to go through it? And the answer is, it's not meaningless, and the game doesn't actually start them. It just changes, it becomes a different game, but it's goofy. Speaking of emulation, Temple Legendary Starfleet on Switch Online did not translate it. Oh, God. That's I run into that. They're cheap, so I don't really, it doesn't concern me too much, but like the 8 console, which is where I'm playing Highlight on, is an emulation platform. And they release stuff, it's on PC. They also release stuff on Switch, and they're emulating classic Japanese Japanese computer games from like PC 88, 98, and so on. But they generally speaking don't translate any of it. And so whatever's in it's whatever state it was in. If a lot of it's in English, great. If a lot of it isn't, well, good luck. But they're like $6. And I know what I'm getting into with that. If you play for like Switch Online and they throw a game on there that's never been released outside of Japan and they don't bother translating it, I'm like, well, that's neat. I already could have played this for free. So I don't really know what value I'm getting here. My brother's playing Starfield and didn't know what to do because it's Japanese. Yeah, like I don't get that. That seems kind of, I don't know. I don't know if their thinking was like, look, like the English speaking players are complaining because Japan is getting more games. So just put it out there and we'll translate it later. Or maybe they won't at all. I don't know. But that certainly doesn't add a lot of value if you're just like, here you go. Won't emulate it and use an English patch. Yeah. Like I pay for Switch Online and I consider for myself I get a decent value out of it. But generally speaking, I'm going to play that stuff on my Super Nintendo and so forth. Like I'm not going to be, I don't use their service as much as I do the other stuff that I already own. But when I do use it, like I'm generally pretty happy with it. And there's certain things on it that makes it easier. Like trying to play multiplayer stuff on that versus playing it on the Super Nintendo that's stuck in this building in my streaming closet, you know. Like it's a little bit easier to get people on the Switch for that. So it has that value for me, but I think a lot of people are, you know, probably going in that same boat where like, hey, it's cool that you put this game on here, but like, I can't read it. Fern and I joined hands and paid for the family pack together. Yeah, that's a good bargain. That's a good way to run it. Like we got my nephew a Switch for Christmas. He said he wanted one. Just playing a lot. And it came with like 12 months of Switch Online. I don't know how much at all he's used it. Like Switch Online. I don't think he uses it very much. No, I take it back. He plays it with his dad, my brother. He said they play some games on it. Because, you know, he's my older brother, so, you know, he's not a big video game player, but he still has a lot of fondness for the stuff when we were kids. And someone like that who's not like super duper tech savvy and doesn't want to mess with trying to set stuff up for himself, trying to set up an emulator or like find a controller for a computer that he's mostly just using for email, like it makes sense. And I think it represents a good way for him to play that stuff. And compared to like the other, Sage is nice. That's a nice find. Compared to other online platforms like Xbox or PlayStation, it's really not that expensive for what you get. And it does solve an issue that they had that people complained about when the Switch came out. My phone has like 8 consoles. Yeah, I know that's how a lot of people play now too, because there's a lot of emulators on the smartphone market. That's right, he hasn't touched any of that stuff. But he's also like, I don't know if this is an age thing. I think it is. Maybe it's just me. Probably it's just me. I don't use my phone for much. I don't use my phone for like, I use it for a bare fraction of what it could actually, I got 3 levels out of that. What it could actually do. And the idea of like playing anything like that on my phone, I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. But again, that is entirely me. Well, also it's because I buy the cheapest phones I can. So, like, it's like, I remember I had a phone, everyone was in Pokemon Go, like, I'll check out Pokemon Go, and I can barely run it. It would freak out. anytime a Pokemon showed up, it's like, oh, I don't know how to render this boss. I don't have the power for it. Like, yeah, that sounds about right. These work fine on phone. You also connect the controller to Bluetooth. Yeah. Well, then they have like cases that are like a controller, either a case that snaps onto a controller, so you can just have like the phone hooked to the controller, or like a case that has basically a controller in it that fits over the phone. Use my phone for drawing music and YouTube. Absolutely like social media. That's probably a good thing. Yeah, social media is cancer. Same for my phone. Well, I know like Leather. I don't think Leather's still around, but like they edit video on the phone, and that blew my mind when like, oh, I do all this stuff on the phone. Like, really? That's crazy to me. That's crazy. But again, I buy the cheapest phones available because like I need to make phone calls. Sometimes I need to text and check my email, and occasionally it's useful to open a browser and check something. And then I listen to podcasts, and that's it. Social media, just Discord, considering Blue Sky. I like Blue Sky, but I'm on Blue Sky. My Twitter account's still there. I'm not active at all on Twitter anymore for reasons. But I'm on Blue Sky. I'm not really active on there. I struggle to like, I try to post stuff like, I should post something, and it's just like, here's the screenshot of a game that's not particularly interesting, and I'm just like, hey, this game was fun. I'm like, I'm not getting anything out of this. So I'm super inactive in social media. I try to be more active in the Discord, but it ends up just being the same thing. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of like perfectly good, free alternatives to a lot of that stuff. The point I was saying before I derailed myself was when the Switch first came out, or when they were first announced it, one of the big questions people had was, will my virtual console purchases transfer? Because I have all these virtual console titles that I bought on the 3DS or the Wii or the Wii U, right? And I think that I should just be able to play those on the Switch, right? All these virtual console titles, Super Nintendo titles, NES titles that I bought in the virtual console on there, I don't want to have to buy them again, because I bought them on the Wii and then I bought them again on the 3DS, and I'm not buying them again. And I think that is both a legitimate concern, like a legitimate thought, like I should just get these, but also wholly unrealistic in a capitalistic society to be given anything. All right, I see both sides of it. It's like, yeah, that would be nice, and that would kind of make sense, but also no store is just, no business is just gonna give that stuff away. If they were, they wouldn't have charged you for it in the first place. And the point is, they can't just give it away, right? Because to run that stuff on their service does entail a cost to them, even if it's minimal. They have to at least make sure it runs on there. There is a cost to maintaining that. There's a cost to storing that stuff and making it available on a server, right? So yeah, they're gonna charge for it. But the issue is like, well, now instead of a virtual store you can buy them, you just pay for a subscription fee. The subscription fee is cheap. It's not monstrously expensive, again, compared to other platforms, although it could be argued you get a lot more value for those platforms in terms of more modern games than you do on Nintendo. Plus, a lot of the value of it, which I kind of don't like, is, oh, you can do cloud saves, because otherwise you have no way to back up your saves. Why? Well, because save file manipulation was one of the most common inroads for software-based hacks on like the 3DS and Wii. Like, that's a lot of how they broke through the copy protection on those systems and allowed running arbitrary code on those systems to allow them to run, like, get pirated games on it, essentially. All right, that's the main purpose of it. Caught my throat there. And that's like a lot of that was done by manipulating save files, right? And that's a lot of consoles. Any console that has some kind of soft modding ability is usually done by some manipulation done in a save file, which is, in my view, why the Nintendo Switch does not allow you to just back up save files to a flash drive or to the SD card. But then also they can charge you to back it up on the cloud. Which kind of sucks. I know people that their Switch, before they offered the cloud saves, I knew somebody who had hundreds of hours in Xenoblade Chronicles, and their Switch got bricked by a problem with the dock. I don't know what to blame was there. It was an issue between a third-party Switch dock and the USB charging component of the Switch. There's some issues at launch with that, and the Switch got bricked, and they sent it in and got it repaired under warranty, but like their save file is just gone now, and they had no ability to back it up, and the cloud save function did not exist yet. So yeah, they just lost it. They just lost hundreds of hours in that game because of that. Screen died. It only works in docked mode. Oh geez. If my Switch screen died, I don't think I would even know it, because I can count on one hand the number of hours I've used it outside of the dock. It's pretty much just always docked. And the only time I used it undocked was during the pandemic, when I would occasionally have to go into the office when we're working from home, and I wanted to sell turnips or buy turnips before noon in Animal Crossing. That's pretty much it. It's fine, maybe never use handheld. Oh geez, oh geez, oh geez, oh this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Guys, get your magic out. Get your magic out there. Dribbling them. Oh, we're getting lynched. This could go real bad here. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that saves us so much. All right. Oh, we got cured. We got cured out of there. I didn't see that cure go off, which is good. Get on casting against that guy over there. Yeah, it's cool that you're attacking this guy, but like, we can't keep getting lynched on. Oh, they got it. They're quit focusing on this guy. Oh, you're screwed now. What are you doing? Oh, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose a little bit here, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, I hate this guy so much. I hate you, team. She's not gonna make it at all. God damn. That makes me angry. It's like fighting with the AI just kills me here, and I don't think I saved. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Well, it's a couple levels down. Live and learn. What's up, Doom? Welcome in. It's Kless the Friendly Ghost, more or less. You have to stay on them so much, and if that damn boar shoves you back into Mint, it disrupts Mint spells. But the other casters will not stop attacking that boar. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen is that guy casting Lich. And unless you direct them every second to stop attacking the boar right in front of you, they'll keep getting liched until you're dead. The problem is every time I go in to try to select the spells, there's moments in there where the action doesn't stop and I'm still getting attacked and I'm unable to react to it. And so it's real tedious to try and micromanage them. And it's like, I wish you guys would just learn. I wish you guys would just quit screwing this up for me. Because that's the one that like really causes us trouble. And then seeing like, you know, the casters try and cast like these instant kill spells that don't work that often against them and do it 3 times in a row. It's like, you could have just done damaging spells and we would be alive. Oh, aggravating. Depressing dead screen. That's not the worst I've seen. Like Friday the 13th still takes the cake for me. You and your friends are dead. Game over. It's not just you, it's you and your friends. I will grind this offline if I have to. I probably won't. Probably won't have time unless I do it next time. Get him! Get him! Get him! If Isaac had a fun one. I was killed by this picture. Oh yeah, like it shows you what killed you. I haven't played a ton of that game. I always pull it out and play a little bit, and like I never dedicate enough time to it. There we go. I hate those ones. Those things don't even offer a ton of XP. I don't know why I stick around and fight them. Because they just aggravate me. Ice child. Yeah. Arch has like 3 or 4 different instant kill spells now of varying quality, and it's great when they work. But sometimes you're in a fight where you just need to do damage, and they keep doing that. See, that just killed one outright. But Explosion probably would too. Wow. I gotta remember, like I was, oh, see that actually worked. You know, I'm complaining about it. She actually black holed them into oblivion. I gotta remember to save when we hit levels. These guys suck. Whoa! Get him. Will it work? Yes. See, it's so satisfying when they work. When it's in a fight where the stakes are somewhat lower. But when you're getting like stomped on, it's a lot worse. Clarth is not holding up to this stuff at all. I gotta check his equipment because he's getting wailed on. Get him, Gremlin! Yeah! Finally. Don't I have teleport? I don't have teleport, do I? Or do I have teleport? Okay, I gotta remember to use teleport because I haven't learned all of the skill yet. Oh yeah, here. Could use some healing. We were doing well too. That's so disappointing. All because of my stupidity. Just those pigs, man. Those tusk boars really wreck everything. Just because their attack can do a lot of damage even to class and can just pierce straight through defense. and constantly pushes us back. Because it meets us head on, makes it hard to target the end, the other side of the screen. And if I take Kless out there and have him just run past it to target the what's his face, Evil Lord. I think he's higher than Evil Lord, a higher level Evil Lord character. Face the caster in the back, it leaves him completely defenseless against the Tusk Boar. You know, just run wild on them. All right, that's one level. Okay, health-wise, yep. Let's just leave. Just because it takes, because it blinks in and out, it just takes forever to kill, and we're getting like 9,000 experience, something like that. Not a great amount. It's just not worth it. Here we go. Get liched on, so she's gonna get her spell interrupted. I have to get them to cast their spells back there. Try explode on them? Gremlin them. As long as I'm damaging them. I want him to focus entirely on back here. Because as long as he's getting hit, he won't be able to cast. He gets stunned out there. Get him! All right, so this one worked out way better. Yeah. I really need to use teleport. That one we got. Heals, please. The only way that worked is because I was micromanaging. I'm like, hey, keep hitting back there. Because you don't have to stun them. You just have to do damage to them. If you do damage to them, it'll usually interrupt their spell. It's just hard to balance that with like keeping the Tusk Boar off of Kless. Extinction. Teleport. I gotta remember to keep using teleport here. Oh! You stole my kill. Say the PlayStation? It's extinction. Exostinction. Exostinction. I'm trying to think how it would be spelled. But it does sound like the PlayStation. But the spell is extinction, which is a multi-target instant kill spell. The multi-target high-level instant kill spell. He doesn't need this. Oh, I gotta check all of their equipment here. Is that why he... I don't think that's why that... Okay. Can I give him the Jade Ring? Which will cut down his TP cost by 1/3. Let's see. Oh, they were also equipped with a Nymph's Ring from before. Maybe I'll just keep that equipped. He's not. And that's why he was dying in there. I will equip these. So when we were in Odin's tower and everything was on fire and you need the nymph ring to walk through lava, and then it also makes you completely immune to fire attacks. That explains why he died so much, because he was taking all of that explosion damage. I don't know why he uses Asuka here instead of Gremlin. He makes weird choices that I don't quite comprehend. Same with her. Oh man, Kless dodged. Oh, he didn't quite dodge it. Gremlin! Quit hitting me! This Manticore has a wild face. It looks like a mask. It looks totally fake. I love it. I love it. Oh, that's another level. That means a save. Keep everything that we can get here. All right, I'm gonna turn this scout orb down so I can go sleep without having to get jumped on the way. Then I'll turn it back up when we get down there. Not so much for the health, but for the tech points. And that way I don't have to use any consumable items. As long as I remember to save, this works out well right here. Oh, this damn thing. Whatever, I'll just rack up some teleports back here. It's fine. Why this one is so annoying is that it does that. It just kind of phases out. And so every other attack just misses it. Oh, well, never mind. Where you going, Kless? Where you going? Yeah, 9,000 experience is not good enough. It's not enough. Death Cloud. Fail. Get him with that gremlin. Bing. There's one of these enemies that has like their own instant death. I don't think we've encountered it yet. Keeps buffing us. We're already buffed. Teleport. So I keep using teleport. It's pretty good. It's not amazing. It's pretty good for Kless techniques. Is that in order to master a couple combos, I have to master it. In order to master it, you have to use it 100 times. I am 16 uses away. The percent, each use is 1%. So if I use it 16 more times, I will have mastered that. And by doing that, I will have mastered all of his techniques. So it's just one more thing for me to knock off the list here. Get him! Yeah, worth a shot. The gremlin! I like how the gremlin kind of rotates around. Like, he doesn't always just drop straight down. Sometimes he takes a little detour. Sometimes mastery of only degrees work that way. Yeah, just keep doing it 100 times. Did he just give us the middle finger? I swear to God, this guy gave us the middle finger as he threw those bombs out at us. He's flicking us off. It's just rude, man. That should still count. Even though I didn't hit anything. No Phantom Zone today. Nope. We Phantom Zoned a couple pigs earlier. That was fun. Gremlins! Ah! Get him! Get him! These ice childs killed me a couple times, and I was like, we don't have to worry about the ice child. And then they started casting spells on us and just racked up major damage. Oh, from downtown to the void. Oh man, if you do that teleport right there, they just take all of that damage. I did not realize that. Probably did flip us off. He seems the type. Oh, we got another level. I'm being super obsessive here. This is slow going though. I may have to do this offline over the weekend if I want to get this. Oh, this kind of sucks because like the next time I would have a chance to actually grind like this is after the next time I'm playing this, and I would rather actually play this. But I won't have time tomorrow. I may have time before stream on Thursday, but probably not enough time. I really didn't know going into this how long it was going to take to grind up these levels. We're trying to get 99. I don't need it. It's not necessary to complete the game. I can show you what I'm going for, assuming I haven't already mentioned to you. Because I didn't mention it before, but you may not have been here, Edward. It's basically just like a little extra status thing if I get all the characters up to 99, or at least like the people in my current party. So 4 characters, 4 out of 5 to 99. I would get the final star in Kless's status. Teleport Bastard! Soul Strike can be used. I'm gonna save for that. The SpongeBob meat. I don't need it. I need it. Yeah, see those green stars by his level? You get green stars for various things. So I got a green star for the first 2 skills I mastered. I got a green star for getting a title. I don't know what exactly that was for. I don't know what the first 3 were for. I think I get one for beating the Coliseum, but that may be wrong. But then I get a green star for talking to a guy who gives me titles, including the one I currently have, Druaga Maniac, which you get for collecting all of the secret treasures that are references to the game Tower of Druaga, also by Namco. Samurai title you get for getting a sword. For buying these combo items, you get Combo Master. If you have a certain number of battles, we have waged 2,098 battles. It counts it on the bottom of the screen there. Once you get past a certain number of battles, you get the title Berserker. That's a star. If you beat the Coliseum, you get a title. So anyway, that's 7 of the 8 stars right there. And the 8th star, I believe, is accomplished with the 4 characters you have in your party being at 99. So Kless is at 94. Kless is higher level than everybody else because I fought in the tournament a couple times, which is just Kless. And even if you lose, it doesn't constitute a game over. You just wake up in a bed, but you keep all your experience. So I failed the tournament a couple times. Well, as a consequence, Kless got a couple levels above everyone else for soloing that stuff. The downside is that, in order to bring everybody else up, it takes a little bit more. It's not really a downside, but it just throws the numbers off in my brain. So I'm like, yeah, 94, we're not too far. No, Clarth is only 74. And I may not get Clarth to 99, but I want to get his level up anyway because his survivability has not been great here. I think we're okay health-wise. I don't want to go back and forth by swapping characters out, like, you know, Clarth and Chester, or, you know, whoever in Chester. Yeah. Perfect. You gotta be careful when you do those jump attacks with Clarth, because the Bigfoot can shoot spikes out and you'll land right on him and just die. You could just die straight out. So yeah, it's purely for like a Super Nintendo era version of achievements to say that, like, yeah, I did it. I got all these things. Gremlin. So irritating. Bragging rights for the bees news. Yeah. Because I gotta figure, like, when will I come back and play this game again? Like, I've already got 60 hours in this game. I could play another 60 hours in this game, or I could put 60 hours in a different game. That's probably what I will do. So I'd like to achieve everything there is to achieve now. We only end up getting a couple levels out of this. It's still pretty good. It's still pretty good. I could go further. I think there are items I can equip that will boost their XP even more, but I think it severely limits their usability. I'll have to take a look at that too. Tidal wave. Get out of here, Hell Lord. This guy used to be like really monstrous on his own. Like he would just one-shot us. So we've come a long way against that guy. Gonna be have in mind when we finally finish. The next RPG I will play will be Star Ocean, which is made by a lot of the same people who made this game, and the start of another long franchise of games. Also on Super Famicom, also a fan translation. But I'm gonna take a break from RPGs after I finish this, before I jump back into that one, just to space things off a little bit more, get some more variety into things. I still got Mega Man 10 and 11 to go back through. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Yeah, this one's gonna be a problem. I can already tell. We're pushed back pretty far. And then this thing just will not quit. There's the ledge. We couldn't get our spells off in time, and I was getting whacked on by this boar here. Dang it. If you don't act quick, they'll pick their own spells. Get him. Get him. I have to make sure that they stay on that dude back there. Not enough. Not fast enough. And this will disrupt all of our spells. See, they focus too much on this guy. This guy's not hurting us. He's slowing us down. Stun him. Ray, what are you doing? Now I gotta fight with Clarth to get, or Kless to get him to stay over there and not keep running back. There we go. Jeez. Void Pyramid for a while. I don't know, my Void Pyramid didn't seem like that, like a super long game. I might check that out. Hellord remains the sole survivor. Yeah, they'll stick around for a while because you gotta get through all that pork to get to the Hellord. Let's go stay up in the inn. We might be able to survive one more fight. Yep, I knew I'd get jumped because I didn't change the scout orb. See, this one's easy because they're all back on the side screen, so every attack is going to hit everybody here. Oh, that was a nice combo. Got hammered in the head right when I stabbed him. That's in that Persona series. I'm interested in the Persona series. I've never played any of the Persona games. If I were to play it, I don't know how excited people would see because I would be... Oh, let's get up here and save, and then I'll get up here and rest, and I'll go save. I'd probably start from the first. I don't think I would go so far back before playing any Persona games as to play the original Shin Megami Tensei games. Or are they just like Megami Tensei? The Mega 10 series, of which Persona was originally an offshoot, but I don't know how actually connected that is anymore. But I am interested in the Persona games. Now is there's too many RPGs and they take a long time to play, and I would like to play all of them, and every time I'm like, I want to play this game next. But next is like a month away, and by the time that month comes up, I'm like, I don't know though. I don't know. There's this other game. But I definitely want to play Star Ocean next because I want to have this fresh in my mind when I play that to compare them. I like the idea of the Persona games. Everything I've seen other people play them. I've watched a lot of them. I think they look very cool. The original Star Ocean for the Super Famicom. Not any of the remakes or remasters. Bought Sea of Stars and it's still in the package. I was really excited about Sea of Stars, and I also bought it, and I haven't played it. That was also, I think that's another one of those games that I bought after I had started streaming, and so now it's like every game just becomes a stream game. But I just generally don't have time to play games if I'm not streaming. That's not universally the case, but that's usually the case. You know, soon while the Hellord is fresh on your mind. Yep. Oh, get that man. Oh, extinct him, please. Yes, it actually worked. Oh, we got 2 levels on that one. Nice. We're not making huge steps here, but any steps we make is something. These guys give a decent amount of experience. Oh, get wrecked, fool! You tractor beaming us? Is she tractor beaming him? She was using tractor beam. They use tractor beam on someone who's flying. What are you thinking? That was the one that got remade in the Star Ocean First Departure. Yes! Yes. You are correct. Look into the series here. So Star Ocean, that was 1996 for Super Famicom. It was Tri-Ace's first game. All the people who left Wolf Team. So Star Ocean was remade for the PlayStation. Or is it PlayStation 2? PlayStation Portable, sorry. Star Ocean First Departure. An enhanced remake of the original Star Ocean for the PlayStation Portable, the PSP. Which then got an HD remaster of the enhanced remake, First Departure R, for the Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 in 2019. English release allows player to choose between English voices or Japanese audio from either the PSP version or re-recorded dialogue from the original Super Famicom voice actors. Oh, I didn't know that. I'd own that game too. That's very cool. I'll have to talk about that when I play that game. But I really want to see just like this one. I really want to see what they did with the Super Nintendo. But I think that the First Departure R is an excellent way to play the game, and that just cements even further that they give you all those audio options. It's very cool. It's the same with the second story, which was for the PlayStation. That was in 1998. That's the second game. Second Evolution was the enhanced remaster of Star Ocean second story for the PSP. And then that was remade. It was actually ported to PS4, Vita, and PS3 in Japan only. And then they remade that Star Ocean Second Story R, and that just came out 2 years ago now, almost November 2023 with Star Ocean. Can't wait until April 18th for the Lunar games to be released. I'm really curious how that shakes out. Lunar Legend part of that? Yeah, Lunar Legend is part of the Lunar series. Where's that phone? Is that a remake? Those ones get confusing to me. Silver Story is what I'm thinking. I think Lunar Legend is a side game. Silver Star Story, Lunar Eternal Blue. Yes. So I know that they're redoing voice work for that. I'm curious about the graphics for it, how they're going to handle that stuff. It looked pretty faithful. Sometimes those things can be really nicely done. Sometimes they're done in a style I don't quite like. So far, it looks decent, I thought, but I always withhold judgment till they actually come out. Lunar Legend is a retelling of the events of Lunar the Silver Star with story and content changes. Yeah. So that is part of the series, the GBA version. It's like Lunar Legend is Lunar Star Story. Yeah. All right, let's heal. Oh, is it just Klus? Okay. No, I'll just gonna Klus the heal there. Yeah, there's a lot of RPGs, particularly from Nintendo to Super Nintendo era, that have had at this point multiple remakes and remasters and re-releases. And then even that's not new. Like Dragon Quest games got remakes. The NES games. Klus the Stone. It was like, where's Klus? What happened to Klus? How are those guys just walking over there? Well, now Klus is not going to get hit at all because he's in the back. We surrounded it. Going to have to hunt for the physical copy. They aren't available for pre-order. I was trying to remember, like, I remember hearing something that was kind of questionable about that. And I heard people talking about that, how there wasn't like a reorder or a pre-order listed anywhere. But also, like, they were expecting there to be like a, you know, special edition kind of thing, like a limited release, which people also complain about not liking, and then they complain when it's not there. Physical copies are getting hard to come by for stuff. We remember like the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters had a physical release when it first came out, but it was only pre-order. You had to get it from Square Direct. But then like a year later, they re-released it. And now it seems like you could just get it. However, I don't know how much good that physical release does, because I got it, and when I put it on my... All our holy bottles shattered. What was that? Oh, I went too far. I didn't do that the last time I came through here. I mean, I didn't have any holy bottles. I don't need them anymore at all, so that's fine. But it seemed like it just downloaded all the games. Or they all had updates. So, and that's my problem with like physical copies in the modern age, is that they provide, I don't feel like they provide any security in terms of like what happens if they shut down the eShop for any of these newer systems. Because if it's got to download most of the game anyway, or download a bunch of updates to be functional, then that physical copy doesn't really hold much, you know. Not all games are like that, but enough of them are that I'm like, for newer games, I'm a lot less particular about getting the physical copies of them. Because I mean, I hate to say it, but like, I'm basically just going to rely on piracy to make sure that those games will still exist in the future. Which I think is, I mean, the only real way it's gonna go out. It doesn't matter how successful these platforms are. Eventually, there'll be a PlayStation 6. You know, and Sony's gonna be like, it's not worth the money to maintain the store for the PlayStation 5. And eventually, you know, there's the Switch 2 coming up. Eventually, there'll be the next thing after Switch, and it will just be another, you know, 3DS or Wii eShop that Nintendo's shutting down. And then that stuff will be inaccessible unless you're pirating it. I mean, that's the case still for most games. Like, in the history of games, if you count all video games from the first release to the most recent release, the vast majority of those games are not commercially available anywhere. Either as a download or a compilation disc or any way. They're not currently purchasable in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, I'm kind of cheating there by including so many games, but like, it doesn't take long for that to become the norm, where the vast majority of games are just not available. Physical copies are nice for, like, you know, the collectible aspect of the thing. It looks nice on a shelf. I like it. I like having the physical copy. For modern systems, usually also end up feeling like foolish buying it, because then it's like, well, now I have to fiddle with these discs, even though I know this disc doesn't do anything, even though I know that the game is installed, right? It's not actually running anything off of the disc for like optical based stuff. I don't know how the cartridge does it. But like, the cartridges could be the same way. Like, There's no real reason besides copy protection and anti-piracy to require you to put the optical media into an Xbox or a PlayStation today. And there's really no real reason to require the cartridge to play a Switch game today, besides letting you install the game and then sell the game and keep playing the game, right? And I understand that. I understand where they're coming from. I don't know a solution for that besides only getting the digital only release. But it still sucks. Just pay for the software. It's mine. I bought it. You know, in a reasonable mindset, that is true. But from like a legal mindset, you don't really own any software unless their license explicitly states that. And this is the case even with physical releases. This is the case with DVDs, Blu-rays, and CDs. The rights holder's viewpoint has, I don't know about always, but long been, you are not purchasing this music, this movie, this game. You are purchasing a license for this stuff, for this media. That license is irrevocably tied to the existence of this physical disc. If you sell this physical disc, you no longer have the license to this. If this disc breaks, you're not owed anything. That's the license is gone. That is their stance. And unfortunately, for the most part, those terms are entirely up to them to set. I don't agree with that because it's the same kind of terms they try to use to prevent people from renting. There is a misconception for a long time, and this is not a case at all today. I don't think there's any kind of rental anything for movies or video games or whatever. But way back then, Blockbuster gave people the impression that they had to pay like an extra amount to purchase a movie in order to rent it. And that's just how rental works. No, doctrine of first sale. You can rent that. You can buy a movie and rent it. That's how Redbox just sent the contractors into a Best Buy to buy movies on release day and stock the boxes. That's totally legal. The reason Blockbuster paid more money to get movies was they paid more money to get the movies before everybody else. But there was no actual legal requirement for them to pay beyond normal retail price to access those things. But the problem, you know, a lot of this argument started by the license rights to eat a burger. Yeah, essentially. And a lot of the reason a lot of that started and that argument got thrown out there and why they've taken the stance goes back to MP3s, right? During the age of CDs, when Napster first came around and all the tools that followed it, and people were downloading music. They'd download Cars if they could. We all know we would. If stealing a car was as easy as downloading Jay-Z's latest smash hit, we would all have a hard drive full of Cars. And that was their argument, because people would say, well, look, I bought the CD and I'm going to rip that CD and put it on my MP3 player. And then I'm going to go sell the CD. And like, no. Well, I downloaded this music because I own the CD. No. Well, I'm sharing this thing that I own. I'm copying it. It doesn't, like, I'm not making a forgery. I just duplicated this digital asset. Well, no, actually, that's not how this works. I download Cars every day. Give it a few years. We could all download Cars today. We have the tools. We have the machines. Yeah, but that is their stance on it. That stance sucks, but I understand where they're coming from, because they were fighting against the view that, like, if you bought this CD, Like, you could duplicate it to all these other devices. You could format shift it to all these other devices without having to pay for it again, right? So you could buy a CD and then rip that CD to MP3s, and you wouldn't go buy it from iTunes because you've already bought the CD and ripped it. And they wanted people to not do that. They didn't want people to take their whole CD collection, rip it to their computer, and then go sell it to, some resale shop. My day, family rent movies, burn the disc on empty one, and then they had the movie. Yeah, well, I know a lot of people that do that. I knew a lot of people that did that in the next Netflix disc days, where they would rent the movies and then rip the disc and send the movie back. Is it strictly illegal? No. And this was always like my end on like the piracy is like, not everyone who pirates software, music, games, movies, whatever, would have paid for it otherwise. Not every instance of that is a lost sale. But by that same token, you can't say that none of those are lost sales, right? Neither side is in the clear on that. People who pirate stuff will raise these arguments that it's not harming anybody, and that's not true. That's not true at all. But what is true is it's not the harm that the industry makes it sound like it is. It's the truth is somewhere in the middle of those, but it is not an entirely victimless crime. And there's generally people throw a lot of like moral justifications for it, and the reality is a very simple: I want the thing, and I either cannot or will not pay for it. And that's about it. And you can assign whatever else you want onto that, but it's just set dressing, My grandpa did that all the time. Yeah, everybody, because it's like easy, and nobody's knocking on your door at 3 a.m. to be like, do you still have this disc? Because I noticed it's on your hard drive. So I don't pirate comics, but then if I find the story good, I buy them physically prior to see if it's worth it, and if it's when I become a customer. Yeah, but not everybody does that, and a lot of people will go through all of that stuff, and that's unfortunately like the reality of why a lot of industries crumble is once people have the ability to completely enjoy your product, like to completely enjoy your movie, watch the entirety of your movie before deciding if they want to pay any money for it. A lot of people are just not going to pay for it. And if the industry actually, and this goes for like comics, books, movies, music, if it relies on your customers having complete free access to it before making a purchase, as in no one will ever buy something and realize they didn't like it, that puts a huge hurt on their profit line. I don't think they're intentionally putting bad stuff out there, but they kind of rely on people buying stuff without reading or watching or listening to the whole thing first. As an independent musician, I'll be stoked if someone listens to my band songs on Spotify, add it to their like playlist. Yeah. And that's that, to me, like you're like the rights holder there. The power is in your hands to dictate like what the end user can and cannot do with it. Whether or not you have the power to actually enforce any of that, well, that's all up in the air. That stuff's pretty hit or miss. I don't know, and a lot of musicians have stated as much and made their music available for like pay what you want, including nothing, to access it. And they hope to get their money back from like concerts or people who do want it. Because a lot of musicians aren't making money off of record sales. A lot of musicians are making money off of shows. Even Spotify, a lot of people, Spotify's making millions of dollars playing their stuff, and they're handing out $100 checks, There's a lot of shady business on that end of things. But I'm not trying to like browbeat anyone here and be like, oh, you wicked, evil pirates. Like, people gonna do what people gonna do. My only beef was when people try to turn it into like, try to make some moral justification that ignores the financial aspect entirely, as though money is not at all a motivating factor when it is, in fact, money is the largest motivating factor. Even going back to that, I think perfectly reasonable argument. Hey, if I like it, I'll go back and buy it. Why don't you just buy it to begin with? Because money. Because money don't grow on trees. You gotta stretch that dollar any way you can. Most bands make their money off merch these days. Maybe shows, some venues skimp on the bands. They make a merch table fee. Oh yeah. Well, you know what? Yeah, and I'm not considering the reality that, now that whoever Ticketmaster is now, right? They pretty much they started buying up venues, right? So there's kind of a monopoly situation going on there, where you're stuck going through one organization that just sets the rates and sets it up so that they get to keep everything, The record industry, the big end of the industry has always been kind of a mess. And there's a lot of nuance to a lot of this stuff too. If you a lot of people, would want to sign up for a record label, right? And why would you want to sign up for a record label in this day and age, right? When you can put your stuff out there and says, well, because the record label is going to promote it, right? Maybe they will, but that's the idea anyway. The record label is going to provide something you can't provide yourself. They're going to promote it. They have contacts. They're going to get your foot in the door places. The trade-off is they're going to take all the money. They're going to take all that money. You may owe them money, right? They're going to charge you for the studio to record this stuff. You may not have access to the studio, but maybe the record label does, right? They're pretty nefarious, and it puts you in that position. But there's a good reason a lot of people will do that stuff, It's the same reason game companies, people making games, are oftentimes not the ones publishing the game. They go through a publisher, and then the publisher ends up having a tremendous amount of power over what the developer is producing. And the publisher can't sell a game if no one's making the game, right? But if the publisher controls enough in the industry, the guy making the game can't sell the game anywhere because the publishers put, roadblocks up everywhere. Okay with piracy as long as media you can't get otherwise. Region locked limited release, lost media. Yeah. Well, all that stuff. Like I said, if is it commercially available now? And I don't mean buying a used copy for $2,000 because that's dumb to me. I mean, are you offering me a way to purchase this now? Could you offer me a way to purchase this now? And you're not, then too bad. So sad, all bets are off in my mind. Maybe if you put it out sometime down the road, I'll see what you're doing and I'll pick it up. But realistically, Nintendo, Sony, Xbox, none of these companies, they don't own all the games that were released on their platform. The companies that release those games may not even be around anymore. Even if they are around, there may be rights issues with voice actors, with music, any kind of licensed stuff to just contain real guns, real cars, real people. Look, that's all licensing, and those contracts have limits, right? Steve Vai always said that the most money he ever made was from the record he made independently. Yeah. That was a lot of this stuff. I'm going back to the late 90s, early 2000s, when a lot of this stuff was becoming the forefront for a lot of people, because there was so much discussion over music piracy. And inevitably the discussion goes back to the artists, right? Because what it would come back down to is people don't really care about the big business end of it getting their paycheck, but they care about the people who made the music getting a paycheck, who made the movies, who made the games. They don't care about the money people getting it, right? And that's when all this stuff is thrown out there, that you don't really make money, sign to a record label and sell it by selling albums, right? And that number gets used as a metric for stuff, but that's not how you get paid. You don't get paid doing that. And most of the time, the people who are actually behind the thing you like are benefiting the least financially by its sale. However, its sale does mean more of it will be made, ideally. And even that's not a guarantee anymore. I would rather buy games straight from people or as close to it, people who developed it. But I also know if you could go make your own game and throw it up on Steam, and you're fighting against a billion other games out there every day, and I don't even know that a big publisher has like a lot of sway to get that stuff done anymore, because a lot of big publishers are folding up because even they can't compete. That kind of because I want to support the artists. Yeah. And that's the case, like a lot of older media, older movies that no longer have a release somewhere, music that is not openly for sale anyway, games that aren't for sale anymore, stuff that's long out of print because of some weird rights dispute. Well, that's their loss. That's their loss, I don't, people are going to pirate whatever, new, old, whatever, software, music, movies, books, like just do damn near anything, anything that can, they will, and you're not going to stop it. Realistically, it's not going to stop. All I ever ask is like, when people try to make like a grand gesture out of it, like just be real about it. Just be real. Cause it's like Mr. Burns in The Simpsons where, Homer has this like the auto dialer and he's calling everyone like, if you want to know the secret to happiness, send me $1. And Burns gets the call and he's like, I would like to know the secret to happiness. And it's like, send me $1. Like, but I'd rather keep the dollar. And you get a lot of people get in that situation where they're like, look, if they sold this on Blu-ray, I'd buy it, but no one's selling it, so I'm going to pirate it. Hey, they just released it on Blu-ray for $10. Yeah, I'd rather keep it $10. And again, I don't fault that person for that mindset at all. And then it goes back in line with like the sales thing. Like if they can access it without paying for it, they're going to be a lot less, likely to go back and buy it. It's like, well, I already got it. They may feel some like moral compunction to it, but like realistically, it's no longer necessary. It's no longer a necessary part of the equation for them. Please get stunned back there. See what Clarth is going to do. Because I do need to kill this pig, but I need to make sure they keep the pressure on back there. Not that I'm not enjoying this conversation. I totally am. I just need to keep up on all of this here so that we don't die. And we're going to die. As soon as this pig dies. All right. Keep it up. Keep up the pressure. Oh, here it comes. This is gonna be bad. All right. We're moving now. No, stay over there, Kless. Don't run back. I gotta fight with Kless trying to run all the way back over there. Oh my god. This could go. Sorry, I had to focus on that because that fight can go so wrong so fast. So I like it. I don't know, his animation expressions, the guy are very good. Western inspired. Yeah, I really like these designs, even though they don't always totally match up with the character designer's work because they're like holdovers from the original designs. digital age kind of opened the Pandora's box. It's not about money, it's about leverage. Platforms hold the reins on what gets released where, and piracy is one of the answers. Monopoly. Agreed. Totally agreed. The other is starting your own platform, which could also mean piracy. Yeah. Well, see, and I liked even the platforms that start up that I thought were like, oh man, this is so good. This is a great angle for this. Like Bandcamp. My understanding was like Bandcamp had really generous splits with the artists. It had a lot of good tools, and it was, and maybe still is, a great place for independent artists to get their music out there, right, and put it in front of people and have a means of monetizing that without dealing with, right, record labels and distribution platforms and Spotify. I think Spotify is the devil in my mind, according to that, just based on how much money they bring in versus how much money they pay out on that. The problem, what happened with Bandcamp, and I don't know what state they're in now, they were in kind of rough state for a while, is they got bought out by Epic Games. Now, why did Epic Games buy Bandcamp? Because Epic Games has been embroiled in this lawsuit with Apple and Google both for years, because they do not want to have to give Apple and Google a cut of the Fortnite money by sending their microtransactions through the App Store, right? And Apple and Google both want to force Epic Games to send all of the Fortnite microtransactions on their platforms through their App Store so that they get a juicy slice of it. And so they bought Bandcamp because Bandcamp had a deal with at least Apple, possibly Google as well, to have a separate function than the App Store, so that either they had a better percentage split with Apple and or Google, or they just, like, Bandcamp purchases via the App Store on there weren't going through the App Store, right? And they bought it just so they could get access to their documents and contracts and take it back before the judge and say, look, they already made this deal with Bandcamp, and obviously it's not hurting them. Spotify's free advertising, Bandcamp is shaking the tip jar. Yeah. But then once they got what they needed out of Bandcamp for that lawsuit, they just kind of threw it away. And I think it got bought out by a company that is exclusively focused on content monetization, which is not a great place for that company to be. That I heard that a lot of people either got laid off or left the company. I don't know what state they're in now. I know they're still around, and I still get music from them, and I hope it's still a good deal for the artists putting stuff out there, because that's where I want to throw my money. Hey, I like this music, comic, game, whatever. I want to give you, the creator, this money. As much of it, I want as much of this to get to you as possible, right? And the same thing happens on, like, streaming platforms. If you have a streamer you follow and you want to throw money at them, right? If you're going through the platform, be it YouTube or Twitch, you know or should know that if you throw them $5, they're not getting $5. They might get $3 or $2 or $1, right? They're not getting all of that, because it's got to go through the gate. They're gonna take their fee on the way out. I don't fault those companies for that, for the most part, right? But that's why a lot of streamers will have, like, stream elements or different things like that, alternate ways to send them money so that they get more of the money you're sending. With the idea being, if you're sending someone $5, you want them to have $5. You're not sending $5 because you want them to have $3. You're sending the streamer money. You're not sending YouTube the money, in your mind. That's at least how I see a lot of that. But and that same idea, like, YouTube costs money, it costs money to run this stuff. So I understand why they gotta get their cut. But it is rough. But yeah, I find it very, very interesting. I don't think there's not an answer to it. There's not like all of the copyright protection stuff has just created, like, huge huge pain for things. You know, I was using the PlayStation 3 yesterday. And PlayStation 3, because it was a Blu-ray player, and this was all very new, and companies were very concerned that people were going to pirate the movies, and hadn't considered that people would figure out how to do it digitally. The idea was, with HDMI specifically, people would just record, like manually record, like they're dubbing a VHS tape, the HDMI out of it. And so it has HDCP, and the way HDMI works is that no device will record off of HDMI if it receives an HDCP signal. That's copy protection. Well, the PlayStation 3 just leaves it on all the time, so it doesn't matter if it's a movie or a game or whatever. It always considers the HDCP encoded, so you can't easily capture HDCP or HDMI video out of PS3 because of that copy protection. Which is totally pointless, because if you wanted to copy a Blu-ray, you definitely would not just plug the HDMI cable into a VCR. Even back then, it was kind of dumb. If you jab so many ads in the vids, I don't see why you guys can't get at least $4 or $5 I send you. Yeah. Well, I don't even know. Like, I pay for YouTube Premium. Is it still called that? I don't know. They keep changing names and stuff. YouTube Premium. The main reason the two reasons I pay for it that are about equal is, one, I don't ever want to have to see an ad on YouTube ever, because frankly the ads that run on YouTube are usually garbage, but I don't ever want to see an ad, and that alone was worth it. But then what really tipped me over and started me paying for it was people talking about how YouTube Premium viewers, if you watch somebody who is able to monetize their content with ads, that YouTube Premium viewer like is counted and they get paid for that. And I think at one point the cut was better if someone who subscribed to YouTube Premium watched your video was better for you than somebody watching the ads, right? You'd make more money from that. I think part of that depends on how much content they watch on YouTube. I don't know how they calculate that, and I don't know if that's still the case. But hearing that was like, I don't have to watch ads, and the content creators who put ads on will still get paid. I don't know that that's still the case. I believe it is. I don't know that for sure. Now, this isn't me endorsing like, hey, go spend for that YouTube Premium. But, you know, advertising online kind of sucks. And Google pretty much has like the stranglehold on that industry. But at the same time, a lot of companies cut back their ad spending and never really picked it back up again. And I mean, just gauging off of like the quality of ads that run on some of these things, like the kind of stuff that people pay to advertise for, it's like, oh boy, a razor for downstairs, hooray. And that's pretty benign. I've seen a lot worse. I mean, we've all seen all of those like mattress ads with the Bigfoot in the woods and their kid peeing on the mattress and how great it is. That's not a great summary of it, but you know what I'm talking about. That was years ago. That's how long it's been since I've seen these ads. I remember seeing all these ads and it was just like, this is all garbage. This kind of suck. This video is sponsored by Manscaped. Yeah. Giving ads for performance pills a lot. Yeah. YouTube who auto moderates and like flags people for content violations runs all kinds of saucy advertising to children. I don't know where I heard this, but I heard that advertising doesn't really help with product sales. No, generally not. The advertising, the purpose of a lot of advertising is to maintain brand awareness. And it generally doesn't help too much directly with sales, and how much that brand awareness like actually matters really varies heavily. I know Old Spice, that was like a big one. Like everybody loved those Old Spice commercials, and they were noted as saying like, oh yeah, those commercials are really popular. Our sales are terrible. They haven't helped anything, but people love those commercials. Everybody knows Old Spice. Nobody's buying it. Oh, giving massage chills, hair products. Yep. Yeah, that honey scam, stealing money from YouTubers. Oh yeah. Well, that stuff was, that stuff's not surprising, man. Like, you remember looking at stuff like that and like, this seems too good to be true. How is Honey getting money by helping you save money? Where's their cut coming from? It's got to come from somewhere. Ain't nothing in this world for free. Ain't no free lunch. Old Spice is overrated as a product. Yeah, and that's the general brand perception. That Old Spice isn't actually that great. But boy, those commercials are hilarious. I really firmly believe that the advertising industry, like, they have plants everywhere. And it's like, it's a thing that doesn't really need to exist for a lot of businesses. But there's people out there who have like wormed their way into the industries like, well, you gotta advertise. It's like, no, I don't think we really do. No, I don't think this is really helping. I will say I miss video game, like really creative TV commercials for video games. And I love watching old Japanese video game commercials. Like Sega Sanshiro, the Sega Saturn commercials were amazing. Spice is very good in Demon Souls. Covers a lot of NP. That's the only Old Spice people are really interested in. I'm hardly playing this game tonight. And I'm gonna have to call it before too long. Gosh, I gotta call it right about now. I didn't get as far as this is eye-opening to me, though. I will say I did stop and chat. Let's get one more. See if we can get one more decent fight in here. I did chat a lot, and that's what I'm here for. Really, more than anything else. But yeah, it would take a lot to grind these guys all the way up to 99. Like, it really would be a grind. Because these are some tough foes. These fights take time. I'm just going to plan on going to Deus's castle next time. And we'll just see what we get from there. Chat too distracting. That's a fault of mine that I can't easily divert my attention. And I would rather either miss something in the game or more likely pause the game so I can read the chat and actually consider what's being said. I would rather do that than like focus on the game and miss stuff in chat. That will always be my focus there. Yeah, let's just turn this scout orb. I'll save when I get out of here. I really didn't know what kind of experience loadout I would get. I may get better experience going deeper in, but that entails a lot more risk, and I just want to deal with that. I'm fighting a lot of the same stuff right there that I would fight further in. I think at the bottom, there's more dangerous foes. But unless they are substantially more powerful or give out substantially more experience, it is really just a lot of the same. That wolf lord probably paid out a ton. I don't know. It could have paid out like nothing. This game ain't turn-based. No, this is not a game that you can look away from. Like, it'll just keep on rolling. Hell, you can't. You can barely go into your inventory in this game without causing grief. Let's go back. I don't think this guy gives yeah, up here. I don't think we get anything for mastering all of my skills. I don't think they care about that. I think that gets counted in towards like everyone learning everything there. Since I can't focus on two things at once. It is a skill. You know, some streamers got it. I definitely don't as of yet. I'm trying to chat a lot from the reason. No, it's fine. I would rather chat and get like practically nothing done in a game than like get a bunch of stuff done in complete silence. Acquired? No, we already did that. Been fighting a lot lately? No, we already did that. Beating the costumes tournament? No, we already did that. Got a samurai sword? No, we already did that. Come back. Okay, so no new titles from him. Okay. Yeah, because I can get... I don't know. I can live without this. If that's the amount of time it's going to take, I'm just going to continue to Daos's castle. Right. Nope. Wrong button. We're just going to continue to the castle. I'll keep the plan for Thursday of advancing the story forward up here. Save here. Why is her HP still not? Is she poisoned? Why didn't we did sleep there, right? Like, why didn't Mitt's HP come back up? Oh no, okay, that's what I'm saving over. I'm like, what? I was so confused. I was like, why is Mitt damaged? Okay, that was the old stuff. All right. Yeah, it's. I think it would take like 2 or 3 streams of just furiously grinding to get those levels up, given how quickly that was going. The fights aren't fast. Fights that are worth it aren't over that quickly. Yeah, I think piracy and all of that. This stuff is very interesting. I think it's very difficult if you were involved in any of those creative endeavors and you're trying to make it profitable. It's very hard. It's very hard in the video game industry. It's hard to get heard in the music industry. It's a double-edged sword. It being easier to get your stuff out there means it's easier for everyone to get their stuff out there, which means it's harder for everyone to get their stuff noticed. I think a lot of industries have spent a lot of time and money needlessly restricting the way people can access stuff out of a fear that nobody would ever pay for it if they had to do that. And the reality is we could all get this stuff now. Everybody kind of knows that. People are still paying for stuff. And if they're not, they weren't going to pay for it anyway. Generally, not always the case, but generally speaking, I definitely believe that more people lean towards that. Like, well, if I couldn't get it for free, I would pay for it. I don't think that's entire. I think that's more the minority. I think there's a lot of people who only get the stuff because it's free. But and I understand, especially the video game of my own particular interest. A lot of old games, like, they just can't. They don't have the rights. They don't have all of that. Like, it's even more complicated area. They can't possibly put it out there. But there's issues with a lot of companies that if they don't, like the Nintendo Power World thing. Yeah, it all kind of sucks. But like, if a company doesn't somewhat aggressively defend in the eyes of the courts, doesn't somewhat aggressively defend their IP, it makes it easier for people who are more like blatant and nefarious about stealing their IP to get away with it, because they can hold up precedent and say, well, you didn't stop this. So lawyers, what dream, all these licensing disputes. Yeah, and where does all that ultimately come down to, right? I'm a band and you want to use my music, and I cut a deal with you that says you can use my music as long as I'm getting paid up to a certain point in time. And then that time ends and it's like, all right, if you still want to sell my music, we need to renegotiate this contract. And they'll go, nah, we'll just stop selling it. Oh, so paperwork too. They have a field day. Cousin definitely loved making money off of it. She's a real shark. Specialized in contractual agreements in real estate. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, they, all those people, like, it's always that people were involved who want to get paid for that, and they cut a deal that covered what should have been the life of it. If you want to make this racing game with real actual cars, guess what? You've got to make a deal and pay them to use those real actual cars, and it's not going to be $5 one time. It's going to be ongoing payments, and eventually that game's not going to be making money anymore, so those payments will stop, and thus you will no longer sell it. And then that game will be a disc that might work, that someone wants $600 for because it's no longer available on the eShop. I don't think it was this much, but like, my nephew really wanted to play Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, and because that's no longer available, on any of the digital storefronts because the company that, I forget who it was, I don't know if it was Activision or whoever, the company that produced that game no longer had the rights to Spider-Man, and so it was removed from that. Well, obviously, like, the physical discs haven't been new and on sale for years, but they really weren't going for that much money until that happened, and then suddenly it's a super expensive game. The same number of discs is out there. And I'm like, look, buddy, I can't pay $200 for you to check out this old Spider-Man game that I know you're not going to like. I ended up finding a much better price on it. And you know what? He didn't like it. And he didn't go back to it. Apparently, from every Adult Swim show had a guitar in the episode. It was a Gibson. In the credits, Gibson was given a nod. Yeah. Well, they probably, you know, they might have had to seek permission on that. Have you ever noticed, like, in movies or TV, when people have laptops and they clearly have an Apple, but they have some random sticker covering the Apple logo? Right? It's either because Apple will not let them use that without paying them, or they refuse to show the Apple, give them advertising without Apple paying them, or both. Somewhere in between that, but they always cover that brand stuff. But you know it's a MacBook, but they have to cover that Apple logo. Same thing for Dell, same thing for any of them, unless it's Sony. Because if you ever pay attention in Sony productions, in a Sony movie, pay attention to the phones. They're probably all Sony phones. Pay attention to the computers. They're probably all Sony computers. If there's any kind of device that is something Sony sells, it will be that Sony device. No matter how unrealistic it is to imagine a world of people who only use Sony cell phones. Seen the sticker stuff before? Yeah. Just give him Silver Surfer. All right. Well, I didn't get as much grinding done as I did die. I didn't lose too much time on that. Mostly it was just conversational stuff. Fights just take too long. It's going to take a while to grind that stuff up. We'll see what we get from the castle. I've gotten most of my levels, like, just fighting stuff normally, and that's what I'll do. And I could always leave the castle and fight more stuff. I got the other stuff. It was fun. It was fun. I'm still getting back. I'm still getting my sleep schedule back in arrays and trying to get everything back up. I came back to my computer having restarted. That always breaks stuff. So, yeah, you wouldn't think it, but, like, take a little break for a while and, like, everything just kind of falls apart. So that's it for Tales of Phantasia for tonight. But don't go anywhere yet, because it's time for Bubble Bobble. All right. I think I can get up there. I don't believe they... I kind of want that shoe, but I also kind of don't. If I could just hop these bubbles. Get up there. All right. Oh! I was on the last one. It's fine. It's fine. I have the solution. Woo! Yes, the bubbles. Oh, come on. The crown did not help me like I thought it would. Come on. Bounce. I gotta get... He'll be back. Oh! Oh, that damn Baron. The Baron ended my killing spree. There we go. Give me my tomato. Wasn't too tough. You really gotta bubble your way up there. You gotta bubble them good. No! This is quite a fine mess I've gotten myself in here. Get those fries. Okay. All right. Well, I paused as soon as I could. Tomato! Yes. Man, look at that dude down there. Look at that dude. Look at this man. These gentlemen here. They're so angry. They're so angry. I love it. All right. Let me see who anybody is live right now. I keep complaining about this, and it still aggravates me, like how YouTube changes notifications. I'm looking at my notifications, and I've got someone went live 2 minutes ago. Someone went live 2 hours ago. And then I scroll down and it's like, well, they went live 47 minutes ago, an hour ago, an hour. Like the spread is bizarre and crazy. Is Kaiju? Well, Kaiju was live 4 hours ago. I don't know if she's still live now. No, that makes sense. Succulence is live. All right. Angry baby Godzilla. Yeah. This kind of looks like there is this Godzilla arcade game. It's the only arcade game that I've ever had a deep desire to own and place in my home. I've never had room for it. I've seen it for sale once. It was way outside of any reasonable budget I could play. I would never be able to keep it serviced and playing, but it was a game where you shoot ping pong balls into a animatronic chibi Godzilla who shakes and rattles side to side and opens his mouth. It was the most adorable thing. I desperately wanted to own that Godzilla. Every year that passes is not a year closer. It's a year further, because every year the chances of those things being out there somewhere for me to purchase goes down. I don't think I'll ever have it. That's fine. I can live with it, but it's super cute. Godzilla Wars Jr. Godzilla Wars Jr. is the arcade game. You should definitely go look it up. There's this chubby little chibi Godzilla. You shoot ping pong balls into his mouth. It is so cute. I had one in an arcade that was by us years ago. It's gone. Bought a gimmick special edition collector's pack because secondhand, and it would be impossible to get in the future. Yeah, that stuff. I find it funny with like limited run games when they re-release like a hard to get Nintendo game like Holy Diver, but then all that ends up happening is that just replaces Holy Diver, the original Holy Diver, with the repo, these new repos, and it just gets just as expensive. Like Holy Diver was like $150 game, and then I want to say it was limited run games re-released it on cartridge, but then once it was gone, it's back up to like $150. A Himatara plushie. Oh, that's so cool. That is adorable. Well, Succulence is, I think he's still alive. Make sure he's not. Oh, that is. He's still alive. Okay. He's playing Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. If you want to pop over and say hello. That's it for me tonight. Tomorrow I'll be back with the Barrow Hill Curse of the Ancient Circle. Very excited about that. Getting some point and click action adventure. Probably not action. Point and click mystery adventure. I'm very excited to check that out. And then we'll be back Thursday for more Tales of Phantasia, where I'll probably forego getting that 8th star for now. And then we will just blast through the castle and see how far we can get. Not in any particular hurry to finish the game. Couldn't be further from it. but I don't want to spend 4 hours going up 2 levels. So that's where we're at with it. And then, of course, Sunday for Hideline, which I'm also so excited about all these streams. Excited to hang out with you all once again. And I hope you will consider dropping by again. And I hope to see you there. Until that time, so long, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me and chatting with me. Bye-bye.